Aric Wilmunder, welcome to Tech Talk with Daniel.
Thank you for inviting me here.
I've been really looking forward to this conversation as you are the first person I interviewed that's credited on all of LucasArts SCUMM games, so we have a lot to talk about.
It's a lot of years and a lot of games, a lot of really good times.
But let's start at the beginning. How did you get into programming?
You know, somebody once said that the most important part of life is just showing up, but I think it was a little luckier than that. I grew up in Palo Alto, so near Stanford University in the middle of Silicon Valley. We just sort of took things for granted. One of my neighbors was Doug Engelbart, who invented the mouse, and he and my dad would homebrew together. And I just remember as a kid, Doug named his homebrew Dougweiser, which I thought was pretty funny when I was a kid. And it turned out that when I was in school in junior high, so that would be when I was 12 years old, I was able to take a computer class. And it turned out that the school district had purchased an HP 3000 system, and HP wasn't able to deliver it. And so it was going to be used for administration, grading, and, some sort of higher level high school work. And HP couldn't deliver it. So they delivered an HP 2000. And what happened is when the 3000 eventually showed up, they didn't know what to do with the 2000. So they gave it to the junior high school kids. And Mr. Johnson ended up in a classroom with about 30 of us kids, eager to learn about programming.
Which programming language did you learn?
So that was done almost entirely in HP Basic. And my dad, because he worked for Stanford, brought me the manual, which was about as thick as a good-sized telephone book. And we got a terminal. This is a monitor basically, and an old Hayes modem, which is actually they didn't make very many of them, but it was like a wooden box you'd stick your phone headset into. And so when everybody went home at night, I had the entire computer to myself. So it was about as powerful as some of the first, like a 1 megahertz Atari 800 or Commodore 64. It wasn't incredibly powerful, but it was all mine.
And were you able to develop games back
then?
Or?
It was kind of funny. They talk about, these stories about if you took 1 million monkeys and put them at 1 million typewriters, and you'd walk around and one would be typing Shakespeare and somebody else would be writing Asimov. Well, putting these 30 kids in a classroom, and we were mostly kids from Stanford professors in a very, very fortunate community, we were doing everything. And of course, as kids, we would love to write games. And so we would get all the books we could find on game playing. We had, there was one that I worked on with a friend, I think called Overkill or something like that, where basically you would lob things at each other. And the great thing is, because the games were all written in BASIC, all the source code was there. So you could start changing them. And since I had a monitor at night, I had found a copy of a pretty basic Star Trek game. And when you'd run it on the terminals, so we had the TTY terminals you would see from the 60s with the big cylindrical keys, and they would go chunk, 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 and just eat through paper. I was fortunate I had a monitor, and the monitor had cursor control commands. So I could embed commands in and say, okay, print the long range scan over here and the close range scan here and put the text over here. And so I started by just changing Star Trek, and so it was a one screen that would just continually update. And then I started diving into the game itself. And so I remember I made a new kind of photon torpedo that if there was, for example, there was a Klingon around a planet and I was a kid, and so something fun to do is instead of trying to miss the planet and hit the Klingon, I had a super torpedo that actually would basically go through it. It would actually destroy a planet, but it would take out the Klingon at the same time. But you could only use it once. So it was like a weapon of last option was, okay, I can get rid of them, but it's going to take out part of a solar system. So it was great. So I had the ability to change things. And then, a good friend, Alan, and I found this It was, honest to God, it was an old Playboy magazine. And in the back of it was one of those word games. And it was like ad libs. I don't know if you remember. It was like, blank the blank said the blank blank as the blank blank, And Alan and I wrote this up as a basic program. And these rather suggestive sentences started appearing all around campus. And Mr. Johnson, I remember, called us in after class. And we could tell he wasn't happy. And I remember the first thing he said to us was, "What would your parents think?" And Alan said, "My parents think it's great." Now, my dad would have killed me. But Alan's going, my dad thinks it's great. We learned about random numbers. We learned about string arrays. We learned about sentence construction. And Mr. Johnson listened to all these things that he'd been teaching us that clearly we'd learned in his class, and we learned how to apply it. And he was kind of dumbfounded by the fact that he really was such a good teacher, and we were so fortunate. But it really came down to, okay, guys, we need you to delete the program, and I don't want to ever see this stuff showing up on campus again. So we were kids. We had fun, and eventually we went on. We began interning other kids or teaching other kids. They'd send us out to the other schools, and we'd teach the younger kids how to program. And then eventually, this sort of got me into working and selling computers and in my first jobs in high school.
So you are the first people on Earth to read Playboy for the articles themselves.
They were just pictures, but this one thing just looked funny, and I don't think I even understood at the time, just how raunchy it was, but it sure was funny for a 12-year-old kid.
So back then, you decided to choose game development as your career, or it was later on in life?
It was what I always enjoyed doing. And again, it was sort of one of those fortunate things. I was actually on the Stanford campus day before yesterday. And walking around campus, I visited Tresidder Union. And at Tresidder Union, my friends and I used to go there bowling. But after we'd go bowling, they had this computer game there. And it was based on a PDP-6 or a PDP-11, and it had a vector display. And they had this game called Space War, which somebody else modified it to call it Galaxy something or other. And you'd pop quarters in it, and you had two spaceships and a sun in the middle, and you could shoot missiles at each other, and there was gravity. And we just sort of grew up on this stuff, assuming that's everybody else had this as well. And I didn't realize that was actually the very first coin-op game that anybody had ever made. It actually, based on the processor, was about $20,000 worth of hardware that they set up in the coffee shop on the Stanford campus. So, but you mentioned that. My dad was an electrical engineer. And so when I went off to college, he signed me up to be an electrical engineer. And man, I took those classes, and they taught us Fortran. And let me say, of all the EE classes that I took, Fortran is an absolutely horrible language, but it was the most fun I had because I hated the other EE classes so much. So my second semester, I just decided sort of spontaneously to change majors. So I looked in the course catalog for all the computer science classes, and I signed up for CS 101 and 105, 200, 220, and 420. Now, 420 was for grad students and seniors. And I went in, and the professor basically said, I'm not sure you really have the background for this. He said, but it's your money, go ahead. Well, the next semester, I figured I'd go tell the guidance counselors that I'd changed majors. And the woman came in, and she's looking at my transcript, and she's flustered, and she left the room and came back 10 minutes later and said, there must be a problem with the computer because it says you took all these classes. You didn't have the prerequisites for any of these classes. And I said, well, there were 60 kids in the class. There were 5 A's. I was one of the 5 A's. I think I did okay. And she's like, oh, no, that's not how universities work. You have to, before you take this class, you have to take this other class. Well, at the time, I was putting myself through college by writing computer games. So actually, I'm going to I'm going to step away from the mic just for a second. I'll show you some of the games I used to work on.
Okay.
Oh, I got a stack here. So my first year in college, I came back during the summer, and my mom was like, well, you're hanging around the house a little too much. Why didn't you go look for a job? And well, I wanted to make computer games. So I don't even remember where I looked them up, probably in the back of, Compute Magazine or something. And I called the first place and they said, oh, we'll talk to you in a week. And I called the second place and they said, can you be by here this afternoon? It's like, sure. So I ended up at a place called Automated Simulations, which went by the brand name, or they had a number of brands based on the products. And this is Star Warrior. Now this is, I think, 1979, decent packaging when other people were doing things in Ziploc bags. We had printed, backs of boxes and such. So I went in and interviewed, and then they brought me in front of the president of the company, and he said, okay, we can, how much do you want to get paid for this? And I said, I don't need, money coming in. How about just, royalties? What will you offer me for royalties? And he said, well, I can't just give you royalties. I have to give you some money. So I think he paid me a few $100s to write the games, and then everything was in royalties. So I went back, I wrote this one my first summer, and then I came back, and I think this is Crush, Crumble, and Chop. So first, Star Warriors is sort of based on Starship Troopers, where you're dropped onto a planet with power armor, and it's got all kinds of maps and such, and you're trying to locate I think the governor on the planet and let the people loose. Crush, Crumble, and Chomp, you're playing the movie monster. So it's sort of like the creature that ate Sheboygan. So you get to play a Godzilla character or a King Kong character or a Mecha Godzilla. I think there are 5 or 6 monsters you can choose from. And then basically you go around town destroying stuff. So first you've just got the hapless civilians in the cars, and they're pretty tasty, and you destroy a lot of cars and buildings. But then pretty soon it's the police, and then the military, and then the helicopters come around. So that was a lot of fun. And then into their fantasy product. So this is Temple of Apshai, which is a graphical dungeon crawl game. So you're basically going down through these caverns, and they're all mapped out. So you walk in there, and it's got descriptions of both the rooms and what's inside. And then this was probably by the second year, and then the expansion packs. And so that was what I was basically, this is how I put myself through college, was writing computer games. So it's like, hey, I just remember at the time, somebody was telling us how, as a computer programmer, you might earn, I forget what it was, you could be earning $25,000 a year as a programmer. And I was going, I'm earning more than that, and I'm doing it part-time. I couldn't wait to get out of college. It's like, you guys are holding me back. I've already taken all the classes you've got. Why am I should be in the industry. So
you should have shown the counselor the big boxes of these games and let her know that these are the prerequisites to the courses.
But what was great? In college, I went to USC, which is where George Lucas went to school. And I'd always had a fascination with cinema, which is kind of funny because as a child, my dad knew, I think, Roy Disney, and I think he'd met Walt. And we'd even gone down at one point to Disneyland, but we didn't go actually to Disneyland. We went to the studios. So I remember as a kid being brought in, and we were seeing, they were making Jungle Book. And so I was watching, these animators drawing pictures of Baloo the bear and Mowgli, and they had one of these machines that you'd turn the crank on and it would pull the film through it, and you could see them animating. And it was just very interesting. So my dad's philosophy was, hey, if you want to see the Matterhorn, go see the Matterhorn. This, an amusement park is just that. So as a kid, I think I only saw 5 or 6 movies as a child. I think I saw Mary Poppins, a John Wayne movie. A family friend is actually a Bond girl. So we got to see Diamonds Are Forever. So our family friend is Bambi, one of the gymnasts who attacks. It wasn't Roger Moore. It was Sean Connery. She and Thumper have a fight scene with Sean Connery. Uh, so then I go to USC, and I was just auditing as many film classes. Steve Martin came in and brought Pennies from Heaven. Sam Jones came in and brought Flash Gordon. Uh, Jack Lemmon brought Missing. And what was great about these classes is I was always fascinated with what went on behind the scenes. And these individuals would come in, they'd screen a movie, and then we'd have an hour or an hour and a half Q&A session afterwards. So LQ Jones came in, and he was in the Wild Bunch with Sam Peckinpah. And so we were able to Q&A with them. And then Gary Kurtz brought in Empire Strikes Back. And this was about a month before it hit theaters. So I'm inside this packed theater, actually sitting on the floor because I had my pass because I was in the class, and got to see Empire Strikes Back, which is kind of funny because Star Wars, I was in Latin America when Star Wars came out. Even more funny was in '77, I attended I think it's the only sci-fi convention I've attended, but I attended one in San Francisco where first time they showed any part of Star Wars. They showed about a 5 or 10 minute clip of it. Mark Hamill was there. He was running around going, "That's me in that movie." And and a lot of Star Trek characters. Grace Lee Whitney was there. I think I was always in love with her. And oh goodness, who was the writer? Heinlein was there. Just, it was an amazing experience. And they showed this clip of Star Wars, and I was completely blown away. But in May, I did medical work in Bolivia and Ecuador, and was out of the country when Star Wars came out. So here I knew everything about why I wanted to see it. And I got off a plane at midnight and went into a midnight screening of Star Wars, and I was just completely blown away by seeing the whole film. So since that point, it was an easy decision to pursue both computers and basically the cinematic side of it as well.
And when you saw Star Wars, did you consider working at Lucasfilm? Did you look at the screen and say, "I want to work there"?
I don't even know if I thought that was possible, because I didn't see how computers and movies were going to cross over. But what's amazing is when George started LucasArts, part of the charter really seemed to be, hey, he had the vision that at some point computers and movies were going to intersect each other or even merge. And basically what he wanted us to do when we were developing games was figure out how to bring storytelling and computers and eventually cinematics and movies together. And now today we look at movies, and the computer portions and the animations are just as significant as, when you look at the number of CGI shots in a movie, sometimes they're close to the number of close-ups, than the scenes that the actual actors are in. So I don't think I had the aspiration, but actually at USC was great. I got to see, as a student, I got to see George's original THX 1138. And what was amazing about that is in the cinema school, you were given so many feet of black and white film for your senior project. Well, George had been doing some work with, I think, the Navy, and managed to get himself a whole bunch of color film, and then got all these, these Navy and ROTC guys, I think, were helping him out with it. So everybody else was showing like these black and white pieces, and George comes in and it's like full color, big sets and things like that. So, he had certainly some huge visions at the time, but he was also somebody who was quite comfortable sort of breaking the mold and doing what he thought he wanted to do, and didn't concern himself too much with what other people's expectations were. So I did a few things. Since I was doing computers, I did like credits for people's movies. So I could do, somebody in my dorm was doing some space space thing. And so I did a 3D TIE fighter that comes zooming into the screen and out and then rolls the credits. So I don't think I ever saw it, but he filmed that off of my computer for his project.
Right, so he used the camera to film the CRT screen and the credits on the screen?
And like I said, I didn't see it. So it may have just been so blurry even with, if the camera's not syncing up with the screen. But for me, it was kind of fun. And then we would do things in our dorm. People would need extras for stuff they were filming. So we were always filming stuff in our dorm, fight scenes in the lobby and stuff like that for people's films.
So when did you start working at Lucasfilm Games? When did you find out that Lucasfilm had a computer games division?
Yeah.
And when did you start working there? So
I'd worked for Automated for a number of years, and then it was summer again, and I got 2 job offers, and one was for NASA, and they wanted me to work on I think it was the Kuiper Airborne Observatory. I might have the wrong. I think it was the Kuiper Airborne Observatory, which is like a big 737 sized jet with a telescope in the top of it. And they'd fly it around the globe and observe various celestial events. So I had that job offer. And then I had another job offer, which was working at corporate research under Dr. Alan Kay for Atari. And I think my dad was always kind of annoyed that I didn't go work at NASA, but I took the Atari job. So Alan Kay was a pretty remarkable individual. I think he was at MIT. His thesis, I think it was the Dynabook, which was like a laptop computer envisioned in the late 60s or early 70s. He had a saying, which was like, if you're not failing 90% of the time, you're not trying hard enough or something like that, which to me is remarkable because it's very similar to what Elon Musk will say about SpaceX. It's like, if you're not blowing it up, you're not pushing yourself hard enough. So we were given pretty much free rein to go out and experiment there as well. I worked under Chris Crawford, who had written SCUMM, a nuclear power plant simulator, which, the most fun in that was after you learn to sort of balance the thing, of course, was finding different ways to get the nuclear reactor to blow up. But Chris brought me in to do a game called Gossip. And Gossip was a concept that he had about interactions with people. And you could play with up to 8 players. He wrote it in Atari Basic. My job was to put a cover on it, a game cover, which was all these characters talking to each other on phone. And then the goal was to become sort of popular by manipulating the entire group. So the model underneath this game was 8 points floating in space, each with a spring connected to the other point in space. And then you'd manipulate the springs by calling people up and saying, hey, I like this person. How do you feel? And, oh, I don't like that person. And so you'd change the dynamics of the spring. And then between rounds, you'd throw it in the air and it would go wonka, 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 and it would restabilize. And that's where you start with your next round. And so I worked on that, but it really, really wasn't what I wanted to do. So I wanted to, of course, do space games and actions and stuff like that. So I resigned there and accepted a position at Atari Coin-Op. So I worked under Chris Horseman, who I think did one of the very first flight simulators out of the UK. But I don't know if it was for the Atari 800, but he was leading that group. And there were about 6 or 8 of us. One guy was working on a coin-op version of The Last Starfighter using very advanced 3D polygonal technology. I had already planned, when I went over to that group, I'd already planned a vacation. My then girlfriend, now wife, had just gotten her undergraduate degree, and I was going to take her to Europe. And just as I was leaving, my boss said, oh, I'm going to have this other guy start working on your design. I want you to build Star Raiders 2. And it's like, oh man, I've already got the document together. Got that all settled down when I got back and took on that project, worked on it for about a year. You asked, though, how I became aware of the Lucas companies. the Lucas companies, well, Atari put up the first few $1,000,000 to George. And part of it was they recognized the power of what George had been doing, in the movie industry. And they wanted to build and find a reputation. So eventually that led into things like the Star Wars coin-op games and the Star Wars Empire Strikes Back game. But at the same time, they basically put money into George to build an R&D group. So every once in a while, these guys would come by and they'd bring a couple floppy disks by, and it was the early work on Rescue on Fractalus, which I think had a different name. It was
Behind Jagged Lines.
You got it. And actually, you know what? Since you have a moment there, I brought in some other items. So this is an original Rescue poster, and that's got David Fox actually in the spaceship and the terrain. David's probably told you the story, but he shared an office with, I think, Lauren Carpenter, who did the Genesis effect. I'm sorry if I'm fading out. Lauren Carpenter did the Genesis effect for Star Trek Wrath of Khan. And as game developers, we were always completely jealous of these ILM guys because they were doing amazing things. Well, it turns out they were pretty amazed at the stuff that we do, because we have to do, they can spend an hour generating a single frame. We have to generate a frame in about a 30th of a second. So that went back and forth. They figured out how they could do fractals on a microcomputer. And so Jagged Lines, Coronis Rift, not Labyrinth, it was called the Dragon game, but the Eidolon. Those were all done using fractal technology. And then another one, and I'll not turn away. So another one was done at the time, which was Ball Blazer, which basically an amazing, first-person soccer game, 2 players, based on a capability that the Atari 800 had. It had an ability to create what they're called display lists, which is lists of memory representing what the screen looks like, but you can very quickly change that list around. So you can move things horizontally and give the appearance of moving things vertically very, very quickly. Just by manipulating a short list of memory, you can change large portions of the screen. So they were coming by and showing these to us. And I was at Atari, and they would leave, and then I'd see copies of their games starting to get handed around and being shared and pirated. And so I kind of got to know those guys because I basically said, hey, when you bring them over here, don't leave them here, because it was just a little bit much of a culture. When I joined Atari, I think there were 10,000 employees, might have been 8,000. When I left, there were 500. So Atari was sort of on a bit of a decline, but there was, I really respected what the Lucas guys were doing. So anyway, so I was working on Star Raiders 2. I mentioned that it was like working sometimes in a minefield, because you'd come in one day and somebody you knew would be gone. And I would just try to stay focused on my projects, because it seemed like the people that would get upset about it, they were the next people to be gone. So if you could just show that you're working hard and delivering, but eventually my number came up. I hadn't finished my game, and I got this invite from the team up at what was at the time called Lucas Games, and they asked if I could show them some of my 3D work. So doing Star Raiders 2, I had 3D polygonal TIE fighters and other kinds of ships moving around and rotating planets. You can actually, if you look for the real Star Raiders 2 on YouTube, you'll find that. And I was amazed the other day. I was trying to show it to somebody, and I found somebody did a review of it. So that game never shipped until about 5-6 years ago. I just said, okay, I'm just going to put it up on the nets. If they come after me, so be it. But it's 30 years old. What can they do? And I found somebody just did a review of my game that I originally did in 1984 that didn't get released until 2015. So, and it got a pretty good review. So, happy about that. So they invited me up to show some of the work that I'd been doing. And about a week later, they called and asked if I'd like to work there. And I said, oh, that sounds great. When would you like to interview me? And they said, oh, well, we already did. You just didn't know it. So I'm so glad, because I went up there and was just, I was just having a great time showing them my work. And I guess they must have been dropping questions in every once in a while that I didn't notice. But I guess they liked my attitude and they liked my technical work. And then shortly after I was hired, they hired Ron Gilbert. So Ron and I shared an office together. So we were brought in to work on Coronis Rift, one of the fractal games. And Ron was doing the Commodore 64 version. I was doing the Atari 800 version. And so both computers were based on the 6502 computer chip. And so what Ron and I learned how to do was we could break it up and write our code in a way that significant parts could run on both computers. So we basically doubled our productivity. So while the code to do the graphics would be different, but the graphics on the screen memory was laid out differently, but we could still write share the code that that generated the mountains, that generated the flying saucers that went overhead, that did all of the intelligence of it. That was all shared code between them. And at that time, we even did complete some amazing things, moving tools over and such. And I remember one experience at that time, which was pretty amazing. Ron and I were working out some project, and we completely had different views about how it should be done. And we just got into a shouting match, and up to the point, and Ron and I were super good friends, we were shouting at each other, and you're not listening to me. And just Ron got to the door and walked out and slammed the door behind him. And I was like, oh man, that was, didn't expect that. And here's something I learned really important, because about 5 minutes later, Ron walked in with a big smile on his face. He said, okay, we got that out of the way. Now, how are we going to solve this? And from that point forward, it was like, okay, now we were listening to each other, and we came up with this really great solution that we both supported and we knew was the right way to do it. We just had to get over that hump of I don't know if it was, this is my idea, this is your idea, how it was going to work. We had just both had different views of how to tackle a problem.
Was it a technical issue or a game design issue?
No, this was more technical. It was how to write something or how to convert something. It was just something it's funny that the argument survives. What we argued about is long gone, which tells you, what was really important and what we took away from it. Because you're always going to have new problems, but how you deal with people is what you learn and you need to take with you.
Exactly. Now, back before there was the metaverse, Lucasfilm Games had Habitat. What can you tell us about that project?
That was a pretty remarkable product. So Ron and I, again, we were still sharing an office together. And this is about the same time, it's in this close to the same era. I thought that Ron was starting to put ideas together for Maniac. And Chip Morningstar, a really brilliant programmer, had this concept. So let me just talk about game concepts. I don't have them here, and I apologize, but I've got three grocery bags filled with design documents. And right now they're in San Francisco with the Lucas companies that when I left the company, I just had emptied my desk out into a bunch of boxes. And that included all these old design documents that I'd been saving. And I went back about 10 years later and I said, I've got these documents. I met with one of the archivists and I said, do you have a place to store these? And their reaction was, you've kept them so far. Now, we know about them. I can't think of a safer place than keeping them with you. So I've had those documents, in my garage boxed up. But as they're preparing for the anniversaries of both the Lucas companies and LucasArts, they wanted to be able to go through and look at some of these. But the message I wanted to have was the incredible amount of the incredible number of games that were being developed within that group and a credible number of concepts. So I would say out of every 4 or 5 concepts, we'd only build one game. And in this case, it turned out Habitat was one of the games. So we had an opportunity to work with Quantum Link, which I think eventually became America Online. They had Stratus computers in I was going to say Virginia, but right around Washington, D.C. And basically, we built the first online universe. So Chip, Randy Farmer, and I built the world. Chip was primarily focused on the back-end service and the just managing and getting everything working. Memory managers and things like that. Randy was doing a lot of the modem software, because I think these were like on 110 baud modems, which was not a lot of data. And then basically I was doing the graphics engine. So I was doing, which dovetailed really well with what I ended up doing with SCUMM, because we had an animation system that we developed and you could do walking characters. And so we picked a limit, which was, I think, 6 characters could be on the screen at a time. And then I built the system that could draw the backgrounds and then the foreground characters. Now, the original document was specified for 2 characters, a male character and a female character, but no real explanation about how you're going to tell them apart. And so one of the things that I worked on was finding a way so when you pick up items in the world, you could attach them to a hand. And so when you would walk, if you picked up something, that would move, the animation data would move the item that was in your hand as well. And so that was one way to distinguish the characters by what you had. But then I went through and we could only draw the characters in 3 colors. So we had black, blue, and pink. So we were using the pink for most of the faces and blue and the black for shirts. But then I began to experiment with being able to draw in patterns. And so now you can get a checkered shirt and you can get striped pants and things like that. And so now we had more characterization. And then the next thing was, because the cells, the animation cells, which is sort of like my arm is separate from my torso, so I can just draw the animated arm and not have to redraw the torso. So we had a system where you could connect different cells, but my torso was also separate from my legs. So you could use the same torso, even if you've got your legs walking, your torso here would be the same. Well, I figured out a way to be able to change the altitude of the torso. So now you could be taller and you could be shorter. So now we had more varieties. And then finally I got to this final step. And it's like, well, if I can pick up a box or an item, what if I could pick up my head and replace my head with another head? And we just treat it the same way you treat something you pick up off the ground. So that was a case where that was never in the original design documents, but now we had the artist furiously drawing new heads for characters. So you could be a wizard, you could be somebody with glasses, you could have different hairstyles. And then once we had that, then it's like we experimented, but we didn't get too far with, you could be basically anything. So we had a little wind-up penguin that would walk around, and I had this spider that could walk around. And then it got really creepy because I'd seen the thing with Kurt Russell, and there's this spider thing with like a head on it. And so it's like, well, hey, let's take the spider and you put a head on it and it walks around. And it was seriously creepy. And then we had things like, if you ever saw The Fly, either I think it was Cronenberg directed his or the original Fly, you've got the scientist that is going through this transporter machine and a fly goes inside it with him and he arrives on the other side and now he's got this fly head. Well, one of the ways we used to get around this world was we had transporters that would move you places. And so every once in a while we figured, okay, what if you transported and something else was in there with you? And we would have rules and you would end up arriving as a fly. And then we actually experimented around with this thing that when you would talk, your text would just, everything turned into a capital B and lowercase z. So if you said, hi there, it would turn into bzz, bzz, like this. And you'd talk like a fly for the next few minutes until that spell wore off. Now, what was interesting is I mentioned Chip wrote the memory manager. There were a lot of core concepts that actually had great similarities between Habitat and the SCUMM system, like the animation system, and even the drawing the backgrounds. There were lessons learned on both. The key difference was that Habitat was based around 6502 code inside the object. So if you pick up, I'm going to just say, let's say it's a ray gun or a magic wand that turns people into rabbits or something like that. That magic wand would carry a piece of code in its memory. So not just the image of the magic wand, but the object itself would have information about what does it do? Does it trigger a sound effect? It would have all that, but it was written in 6502 assembly language code. And the problem was, anytime that got moved around in memory, if there was any kind of mistake and you made a mistake in the execution of the program, everything would blow up. It's like it would take the computer down hard, and we'd spend a lot of time trying to debug every single object because it would just happen randomly out of the blue. And since it took out the computer, it took out the memory, it took out any tracing you had to figure out what had occurred. Now, to Chip's credit, Chip wrote the compiler for SCUMM. So the compilers for SCUMM took the language of SCUMM and turned it into tokens. And these are individual bytes, so values from 0 to 255, and each one is a command. So one command is walk this actor, or walk, another byte would indicate the actor to a location, or walk an actor to an object like a door, or have a character say this, or open the door. So there were about 60, the original game had fewer than 100 commands in the language, and you'd write the language and it would turn it into these byte codes. Well, one of the great things about it was because there were only about 80 commands, I think, originally. That meant out of that byte of 255, there were 170 commands or 180 commands that were invalid. They didn't exist. We only had 70 out of 256. So anytime you ever hit a value that wasn't one of the valid commands, you knew you were running corrupted code. So it meant it was very easy to debug the SCUMM system because we just had a system that on another screen would show you all the commands that had been executed. And that if something went south, you knew right away, and it would stop itself. So before the computer could find a way to corrupt itself, it would stop, and then you could debug and get it fixed. Chip came up with both systems. And it may have been to a certain extent what he learned from Habitat, from the challenges of developing that. Ron had also worked on a product called Graphics Basic, which was an extension of the BASIC that I think came with the Commodore 64. So Ron was already familiar with interpreters. So when he wanted to build a game system, it made sense to him to build it around an interpreted language. So, we built and we shipped Habitat, and I think that the challenge for it was that up to that point, Quantum League primarily dealt with text. And so I'm sending a message, you'd have a chat room with, I think there was a limit of 20 or 21 people per chat room. So in many respects, it was self-limiting because if too many people would talk, you couldn't follow the conversation. So only 3 or 4 people would be talking at a time. And most of the conversation was, hey, welcome, here, have a beer. It was just chatting, and the fact that people were pretty much amazed that you could even be talking to somebody from anywhere around the country. It was like when the telephone first showed up, that people were amazed that you could hear a voice on the other side of the room. The challenge was we used probably anywhere from 20 to 100 times as much data as people just chatting. So people would be like walking around the rooms and picking things up and looking at them and looking at the room and reading stuff. So that the amount of information that was being sent around versus just typing, hey, how are you doing tonight? That's about 20 characters just my walking someplace on the screen, you're sending a couple hundred characters down, to all the users. So it was a lot of data at the time. But Habitat kept getting worked on and worked on. Eventually, we began to see other products and worlds out there, and then you have products like Ready Player One, and you kind of go, that's what we were talking about. And you look at online and 3D worlds today, and it's like it was kind of fun being there early on, because the doors were, nobody had started working on this canvas of what massively multiplayer games were like. And so every time you did a little something, you were actually creating a language. You were creating the way people would communicate about building games like that in the future. And so when somebody would go to build the next game, they'd say, oh, well, we're going to use this feature just like they had it in that. And they called it this. So even our language of what we called things began to migrate out into other products.
So you've created SCUMM in order to create a sandbox to avoid crashes that you had on Habitat, and basically handle all of the errors internally. And in addition to that, you created it to make it easier for yourselves to work on games? Or was it just the handling of the errors internally?
I would say it was Ron. I would never underestimate Ron. And I think just Ron had the sense that you needed a language. You needed a language to speak to what you're doing. And actually, I'm going to segue there first, just a second, if you're okay.
Problem.
This
Segue away.
Is the language. I don't know if you can pick that up on the screen. This is the manual for, I got to be where you can see it, for the SCUMM language. So every command in here. So I'm going to just turn to a page, and cursor. The mouse cursor can be defined using a 256 color object. So I could take an object in the world and say, make the cursor look at that. Cutscene. Now that's kind of funny. So when Ron developed SCUMM, there wasn't really a concept of a cutscene, which was you're in an interactive part of a story, but now you're going to go somewhere else and see something else inside the mansion. So if I push the doorbell in Maniac Mansion, I have a cutscene showing somebody walking down the stairs inside the house. And I remember Ron went to Steve Arnold, who was our president at the time, and it's like, what do they call it in a movie where you're in one scene and you cut it away to go to see something else and tell part of the story and then come back to it? And I don't think anybody really had a name for it. So Steve kind of said, well, it's like a cutscene. And so, now it's the language, which is kind of funny that I turned to that, because that was a significant part of what we did. I think before then, the closest comparison we could find might have been like Ms. Pac-Man, where between levels, you would go to a scene of Ms. Pac-Man chasing the ghosts, or the ghost chasing Ms. Pac-Man. And so it was sort of a cutaway from the main game to see, this other part of the story being told. And then in the cutscene command, we had various levels of interactivity, because there are times where you might not have even known that you weren't interactive for that brief moment. So you could have a cutscene where the cursor would disappear, so you knew you weren't interactive. Or you could have a cutscene where the cursor, it would be so short, like, oh, I'm pushing the button for the doorbell. Well, that animation might actually be a cutscene, but you are no longer active because you're reaching out to the door handle or whatever it is, but we're going to leave your cursor there. So you think, and you can still move your cursor around. You can't click on anything. You've already initiated an action. Now you're going to watch that action and the result of your action. And then you may not even know that you went through various levels of action and interaction and non-interaction as a player. You'd basically try to make that seamless. Where there were other times where you were clearly, like if I was cutting to somebody walking inside the house because they heard the doorbell ring, you'd make the cursor go away. So you're clearly now watching a cinematic of something else that's occurring. So I want to make another comment about about this binder here. This was the effort of a number of individuals, but as an organization, we invested in defining the language. And this has examples from different games. So if you see a command at the bottom, it'll say, oh, here from this game, here's this cutscene doing this. And clearly defining the language and what you can use the language on. And, you know, what I think back is the fact that, sure, we were making games, but sometimes it astounds me the level of professionalism and the quality of the work. You know, it's like, it's like we're just trying to discover the stuff, but we were documenting and writing and thinking hard and beating ourselves up trying to find the right way to do it, to develop a language that basically significant parts of this language for Maniac Mansion, same commands, same language that, 15 years later, Curse of Monkey Island, we were using the same, maybe it wasn't 15, we were using those same commands to do exactly the same thing.
You weren't making games, you were making history.
And I think that was one of the things that I've enjoyed the most is I think I knew enough, because maybe it was from studying cinema, because if you look at classic cinema, one of the things that is most sad is that the vast majority of movies that were made, we might have a poster for the movie. The movie is gone. It was made on celluloid. It was stored someplace. The celluloid degraded. Nobody thought these things were important or have had any value, and they're gone. There's no, it's like playing music into the ether. Once you've played a note, that note floats away and it's gone. You can't capture that note again. And we can't capture those movies. And so I'm a little bit of a historian. No, I'm a little bit more than a little bit of a historian. And so I think I had a sense of what was going on. And then I also had a strong sense of building a legacy, where I always tried to build things as if, first, you're writing a lot of code and systems, and I'm the person who's going to have to support it a year from now. So the better I document it, the easier it's going to be for me to go back and do it. Though I have to admit, sometimes I'm amazed. I would get a phone call from Ron sometimes, and he'd be working at night. He'd call me at home, and he'd go, "Hey, Aric, I'm in the middle of this routine, and I've got some bug." And I go, "Okay, hang on a second. The first thing is it loads the actor value into this register. It's doing this, it's doing this." And he would stop and go, wait. How do you know all that code? And I go, I wrote it. It's up here. It's like, so one of the benefits is I have an ability to remember the stuff that I've written, both the good and the bad. But it also, there were other times where I'd come back to stuff as the more you'd write and you go, oh, what idiot wrote it? And you'd realize, oh, you wrote it yourself. And then you'd learn so much. It was always a continual process of learning, changing tools, improve tools. SCUMM oftentimes wasn't revolutionary, it was evolutionary. We were always building on it. We were always doing improvements, new computers, better sound, CD audio, adding voice, higher resolution, more colors. It was, but deep down underneath it, the same cores were so important, which was we were using it to tell stories. And so that was always the core to it. But how, if you look at Maniac Mansion versus Curse of Monkey Island, we had come, in less than a decade, we went from, dolls to Warner Brothers, animation studios quality work. So, and then you add, and the voice work and the digital music. So it was just every cycle, every game, we were looking across the product and looking at what areas we were going to raise the bar in.
Now, during the development of Maniac Mansion, were there times in which you had to make major changes to SCUMM in order to accommodate a specific game functionality that wasn't part of the initial game document?
Actually, Maniac I can't speak to so much because while Ron and I shared an office together, I was working on Habitat at the time. So we would be kicking concepts around. But I think a better example is Maniac to Zach McCracken. Mm-hmm. So that was built basically on the same. So Maniac we consider SCUMM 1.0, and Zach eventually became 2.0. But the amazing thing was how well thought out the game was. And I'll give you an example of this. There was a game company that built products that were they considered very cinematic, but then they'd go across a bunch of different platforms, and the Amiga ones would have great sound and great graphics, and everybody would buy the games even though the gameplay was just so. But then they'd release them onto these other machines, and now you had crappy graphics and crappy gameplays, and they weren't very good. The minute you entered a SCUMM game, you were in SCUMM. We didn't have a cinematic engine, and we didn't have a game engine. The whole thing was written inside the engine. The minute the opening credits started, that was the SCUMM engine starting right there. So going with Zach, there wasn't really the case of, let's take all of the stuff from Maniac and throw it out. Now, the rooms and things like that, those you would take out, but the game engine itself was pretty much the same game engine. And I can think of only a few changes really being required. One of them was that the colors of the characters had all been hard-coded. It's like, Dave is always, the first character, his shirt is always blue, so here's an array of colors for Maniac Mansion, and it's in the interpreter. Well, with Zach, those things were changed, and so a new command was added, which is there would still be an array, but now there was a new command which was set actor color Dave to blue, or Zach to blue. So you can now change the character's individual colors from the language. Another example is the colors that characters would speak in. That again in Maniac was all hard coded. So Dave always talked in Dave's color, and Michael always talked in Michael's color. Well, when we went to Zach, there was now a set color or a saline color or whatever it was you can now set for those characters. But the amazing thing is there really wasn't a lot that was hard-coded. Those are the main things that I remember, which were things that just kind of made sense that if you were really thinking about it about only building one game, it would make sense for those to be in an array. But I think even Ron was thinking that he was building a system that he wanted to use for the next game and the game after that. And so he didn't want to build a system that was, too boxed in and hard-coded with things that were only specific to one game or another.
So 2.0 basically allowed characters to change outfits and change text color for the characters?
So it was just incrementally adding new commands that may not have needed to exist before. So Maniac, I think, had a limited palette of characters. So I think, it's like the 6 kids you can pick between. Meteor was a character, Weird Ed, Fred, Edna, the Tentacle. I don't remember if there was 1 or 2 tentacles in there. It's been a while since I played it. But that was your entire palette, your entire cast of characters. Zach, it was like, you're traveling around the world, you're meeting new people all over the place. So they needed the ability to define characters much more deliberately. It didn't make sense to hard code them. Instead, I think at the time we were probably using a limited number of bits for an actor, and so we wanted to keep, basically we were switching costumes in. So actor 1. Here it's the salesman. Next time it's the travel agent, but we would just set it to the travel agent character and then just refer to it as the travel agent. But we'd set the slot for the actor early on. I'm getting a little technical there, but
Get
It
as
let
technical as you want.
well, it let us create much larger casts and more complex characters. So I would say between 1.0 and 2.0, it was just sort of fixing the things that were oversights or things that might have been done expeditiously to get Maniac finished. And the other thing that occurred at the time was I wrote the IBM version of Maniac, which was kind of a funny story because Ron's girlfriend at the time was she was a legal student at Hastings, and she did a semester abroad and went to China. Well, Ron spent like a month bouncing off the walls because his girlfriend was in China, and then he just said, "I need to take." I don't even know if we called it a sabbatical. It was just I need to take some time off. And so, in the middle of my trying to do the IBM version of Maniac, the lead technical guy basically is off in China. And anyway, the end result and was I'm oftentimes looking at Ron's code trying to figure out what he did. And the first version of the PC was a little sketchy because I was here had been written by a number of people, and I was trying to bring all the pieces together, and I was rewriting it. So it was originally written in 6502 assembly. I was learning really the C programming language and then rewriting it from scratch in C, new sound drivers, new graphics drivers, learning a brand new machine, and an interpreter, and the artwork, and all that. But here's kind of a funny story. So my original schedule for the project was, I think, 5 or 6 months to do the PC version. And I got about 2-3 months into it, and I made a huge mistake. I went to my boss and I said, I think I could be done in a month. It's like, it's going really well, and this is working, and the game's running. I think I'll be done in a month. Well, it took me 2 months. Anyway, I get to the end of that year, and I'm getting my review. And in the review is, well, you missed your deadline for Maniac. And I'm going, what do you mean I missed my deadline? I came in a month early. It's like, well, no, but when you said you were going to be able to get it done a month, 2 months early, I changed the schedule. So according to the schedule, you were actually late. And it's just like, sometimes you can't, you just can't fix those kinds of problems.
Around the same time, Lucasfilm Games released Pipe Dream. Now, I have a soft spot for Pipe Dream. I like playing it, and over the years, I created similar games myself. And in the credits, you are credited under the title, "Thanks to all who helped make this possible." Now, this isn't a SCUMM game, so what was your contribution to the project?
Projects like that, we didn't draw the line and say, this is mine, this is yours, in the sense of, or because it's your project, you're on your own. We were always helping people out. So I don't know if at the time, I know that clearly Tetris had a huge impact on the industry, and including LucasArts. And it was like suddenly this light bulb went off, and it was like, well, we should do something that's like that we could, that's I'm going to use the term an entertainment. It's a game, but it's a different type of activity than what we'd been building up to that point. And so my contribution may have been sitting in design meetings. It may have been the IBM, helping with the IBM programming of that. We worked on so many different things. I don't even know if I could tell you. It may have actually been like IBM sound drivers. So I had built the relationships with the Dave Warhol and his team down in LA to do all the sounds for Maniac and Zach. So it may have been making sure that basically being the liaison with the Pipe Dream team to get the sound system integrated. I honestly couldn't tell you, but we all took great pride in the games. We sometimes, and I'll tell you a funny story. Let me see if Day of the Tentacle, or I'm trying to remember which game it was. I remember one time Ron was in the office and I said, oh, hey, this character in the game should say this or should do this or whatever it was. And I was walking by the office where Ron was talking to the team, and I heard Ron say, hey, you know what? These characters should do this or they should say this. And initially my reaction was, he didn't give me credit for that. He didn't say, hey, Aric had this idea. And so initially I was taken back, but the more I thought about it, what I realized is, as a designer, you part of your responsibility is to take good ideas wherever you hear them that can make the game better and use them. And so I don't think, I think everybody was very free with their ideas because they realized that we all took a tremendous amount of pride in the products that were being made, and everybody had a way to contribute to the making of those products.
Now let's get back to SCUMM. In Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, the look and talk verbs were added. Now, what changes had to be made in SCUMM to enable dialogue trees?
Very, very little, I think. We already had, if anything, we had the characters displaying text. I think what we did was we added the ability to draw text into the user interface or below the UI line, excuse me, into the bottom of the screen. But the vast majority of that, other than adding a command to be able to draw and erase text, those entire dialogue trees are written entirely, again, in the SCUMM language. So the key changes that would have been made would have been adding the ability to add not just draw text, where we had the verb interface, where we had pick up, walk to, etc., where it was, and basic inventory, but the ability to go graphically. So it was like, I think I told you how we had that one command where I could take this object on the screen and turn it into a cursor. Well, we also added commands which were, hey, take this object, cut it out of a room, store it in memory, and now you can draw it wherever you want it. So, and we didn't care if you drew it above the line or below the line. So if it was a clock ticking and it was above the line, you could draw it there. If it was in the user interface space, you could draw it down there. So that gave us both the ability to have graphical interfaces, and doing that with text gave us the ability to have sentence construction and those types of dialogues. So, I think if you went through and looked, it would be fascinating to go through. And I have every version of the SCUMM system. So we went from SCUMM 1.0, which was Maniac, and I think by Curse, I think was version 7, and then I was working on 8 at one point. And it would be fascinating to go through the language and see, and actually chronicle what language commands were added and used in each different version of the games and see the evolution of the system. I also added, we called them pseudo commands. And these were sort of commands in training. So to add a full command, you had to go into and rebuild the compiler that everybody had. So we used, and this goes back to the work, I think, of Chip Morningstar. We used YAC, which stands for Yet Another Compiler, and Lex, which is a lexicographer. It's a system for parsing text. And you use them together to read the text that is our language and literally build the tokens that represent the language, the individual byte commands. But if I added a new command to the language, it meant that I had to update, the code for YAC and update the code for Lex. And then I had to get a new compiler and I had to distribute the compiler to everybody. And then I had to get a new interpreter, which was Sputum, which is the SCUMM presentation utility, TM. And that's the application that both we developed in, and then we'd turn a few flags, and that was what we actually shipped. So if you look at a disk and it says, comes with loom.exe on it, or monkey1.exe, that executable is actually the game interpreter. We just would rename it based on the games, and so we would be less confused by it. But so to add a proper command meant changing, writing yak, sometimes lex, a new compiler, and a new interpreter. So instead, I'm going to use we because sometimes there's a blur. It's like I don't remember if Ron added this or I added it. I just know I used it a lot. We had I forget if it was called a pseudo command or whatever it was, but it was just it was a macro that you could create something that looked like an actual language command, but instead it would insert a token just saying, hey, this is a temporary command. Here are the parameters that you pass to it. And then you would put that macro in the language for your game or in the files for your game. So you can now use that command. And all I had to do was give somebody the interpreter. They could use the macro and they could use this new temporary command. So it saved all this other side and saved the trouble of, oh, I've got to get the compiler. Now I got to give the compiler to a dozen people and make sure they have it. Oh, this person forgot to get the new compiler. That's why it's not working. Instead, scripts, interpreter, two things, not much chance of error, not much likelihood of being error prone. And then it gave you a chance to sort of use a command for a while. Does it actually get used? Maybe when you used it, you learned you wanted it to actually do something else, or we only used it once and it wasn't that, it wasn't what we wanted. Now we've learned and we want this other thing. And so very often things that were sort of trials were put in those. And an example of that is at the end of Indie Fate of Atlantis. There's this scene where Indy and I think it was Sophia are in this submarine and there's this beautiful sunset and they're having this dialogue. It's the end of the game. Everything's gorgeous. And then the sky fades from a sunset to nightfall and stars start coming out. That was done with a palette command. And that was done entirely within palette. So those stars aren't being drawn. They're actually in the sky with the sunset, but because the colors are all in the sunset colors, you can't see that there's stars in there. And then as the sunset colors are faded to this dark blue, the stars start appearing and things like that. So the scripters wanted a command that over some period, some number of frames, you could go from one palette, the sunset palette, to the nighttime palette. Well, that's a pretty complex task because every color in that palette is composed of a red, a green, and a blue component, RGB, and each of those has a value, and then each of those values are going to be converted to another value over a certain number of steps. And so you need to know, like the red was a 200, but it's now going to be a color 45. And then the blue is going to be this to that, and this one's going to be from this to that. And then you need to do this math to figure out how many steps to take. Well, here's the problem. If you do it by doing these divisions to find distances and treat the things like it's a three-dimensional cube of color and you're moving from one place in this three-dimensional cube, I'm getting really into the weeds here. But computationally, it's really, really tricky. And the scripters wrote it that way. And they were going, SCUMM just can't handle it. It's too hard doing this math. Well, as it turns out, if you flip the problem on its side and just say, this color is going from here to here, one calculation of what is the one step I need to do to this number to move me to this other number in this many steps, and you do that divide once, then all you have to do is add. And then, so now they came to me and they said, hey, the SCUMM's too slow. Can you put it in the interpreter? I completely re-examined the problem that they had and realized they could do it in SCUMM, but then I'd have to explain how to do all this math to avoid the problem. So I just added it as a pseudo command, go from A to B, one command, how many steps, palette one, palette two, this much time, and it just goes and does it. That was the only game I think that command, and that screen was the only place that command was ever used. But it stayed in the system just if somebody ever decided they were going to use it again someday.
And how were the dialogue trees structured in the code so that whoever works on the dialogue knows which choices lead to which dialogue paths?
I have absolutely no idea because that was done within the scripts. I wrote the interpreter. So you would have to, I'm afraid, I will honestly say, you would either have to talk to Ron or one of the SCUMM scripters to figure out how they did it because I'm lazy. I don't dig into stuff that's none of my business. So as long as they made it work, I didn't need to. Never needed to figure it out. I know I did.
It was a black box.
Well, it was. Let me try to think if there's a good analogy. I'm trying to think of like something with the person who builds the car tires. Do they need to worry about how the engine, what kind of engine, is on the car? Probably not. The engine's absolutely critical. So are the tires, but the guy's worrying about, how to make his tire. There's got to be a better analogy, but one of the great pleasures, and I mentioned how I just recently been in touch with one of my earlier bosses, is a lot of people had come from this era of a lone wolf and I came from that era. When I did these games, I was the programmer, I was the sound engineer, I did the credits, the graphics, and everything else. And you know what? I'm not a very good artist. My character, when he flies around the world, looks like a freaking cactus. It's like live cactus, dead cactus, live cactus, dead cactus. The art is terrible. Now, very fortunately, when I did my second game, I worked with Paul Ritchie, who's one of the founders of Toys for Bob, and they created Skylanders and things like that. He was one of the ushers at my wedding. He was my artist. And what I learned really early on was you need to work with talented people with skills, outside your personal skill set. So as we kept adding to the products, it's like, oh, now we need, we needed to add scripters. So we hired scripters who didn't need to worry about what was going on inside the guts of the engine. They just had to be great drivers. See, I'll try to play that analogy again. So does a race car driver that knows every aspect of how the braking system is manufactured might be a better driver, but not necessarily. I'm sure there are lots of really amazing race car drivers that don't know about, how certain parts of their cars work. So we hired great scripters to be great creative writers and write dialogue. When we built the sound department, we hired great musicians, voice department. We hired, amazingly talented people. One of them, Koya Elliott, she was just up for an Oscar a couple of years ago. So these were no slouches. We were just having a really good time. And there's a saying I was just thinking about recently, which was, hey, if half the people what is it? It's about being below average. It's like, that half the people are below average. It means half the people that or, it's some ridiculous criticism like that. And what I'm realizing is I've been incredibly fortunate because most of my life I've been around above average people and amazingly talented people. And some of them that scared me when I first saw them. We had an amazing musician when I first met him. He was actually walking down the sidewalk in a trench coat. He's got a shaved head. And it's like, oh, I think I'll cross the street. I don't want to mess with this guy. Oh, years later, we're like playing chess, between me and my office, and he's downstairs in the sound department. And I ended up winning the game. But what amazed me is he walked up to, and we had I had my board in my room, and he had his board in his room. And he walked back, and he's like, hey, what were you thinking like 12 moves back? I'm going, I don't know what I was thinking. And then he goes to my board, and he goes, well, let's just do this. And he goes, and he walks backwards the board. 12 moves in a chess game. And I'm just watching this going, I've never done that before in my life. I'm just more of an instinctive player that, my dad would play me when I was like 4 years old. And I just learned to play that way. But uh, it just really struck me how, just another an amazingly, of an amazingly group of talented individuals, and how fortunate I was. I think a lot of us, I know personally, I was at a lunch meeting. Well, it was less of a meeting, more of a, hey, a group of us all went out to lunch at a company I worked for. And one of the other engineers was commenting, it's like, I don't always feel like I should belong here. I always sort of feel like you guys are so much better than I am. I go, this is one of the best network cloud engineers I have ever worked with in my life. Now, he doesn't have fancy degrees. He doesn't have a PhD in it. He just learned it from the ground up. He's been everywhere. He's made everything work. And we sort of went around the room. It's like, it turned out we all suffer from like imposter syndrome, where we all sort of like feel like we're just not good enough based on the people that are around us. These are people that we built the Sidekick phone together. We built an IoT solution that's now being used, that's secure, that has got great apps, secure, wonderful user interface. It's all this other stuff because we were a team of collaborative individuals. But sometimes the greatest achievers are the ones that always sort of feel like they're behind. I always thought I was late to the computer revolution because I was in the middle of the revolution. And so there are always these people that were what I felt like was way ahead of me. And yet I went through about 4 different revolutions. So I went through the computer revolution, the game revolution. I worked on streaming TV. I worked on IoT, voices and computer. I went through all these revolutions, always scrambling like a son of a gun because I always felt like somehow I was behind everybody else. But in many ways, we were ahead of everybody.
Yep.
I'm sorry, was there a question in there? And certainly I don't know if there was an answer on this side.
I asked you about the dialogue trees. And
there
you
we
said
go.
that you didn't know.
Yep, there's the very long answer to, I have no clue.
Nowadays, gamers take for granted the fact that when you place your mouse cursor on an object in a game, you get a description of what that object is. But back in the day, in the early SCUMM games, you had a what is verb that you had to use in order to get the same functionality. And after using it, you'd have to choose a different verb and then try to find that spot again without the luxury of knowing what you're actually pointing at. Now, why was what is a separate verb, and when did you realize that it needs to be the default mouse functionality?
Yeah, I think, let's see, I don't remember which was the first product. The UIs evolved over time. And again, I'm going to have to say that, what was remarkable is, again, I was working under the hood, building the system, and then letting the formal designers play around with the user interface. And so let me talk a little bit about that. And that is that, let me talk a little bit about developing a SCUMM game. And that I may be able to talk long enough that I can avoid answering that question as well. One of the things that I think was really remarkable was, and I'm trying to see if I've got an example of it. I might be able to. It was how quickly SCUMM allowed you to build a game. And by that, what I mean is to add a room to a game, you just create basically a skeleton framework of what a room was, give it a name, and then maybe give it a couple of door objects that when you click on them, it moves you from one door to the other. And so you could move yourself around a game. So a designer, when they had a concept for a game, could go to their lead artist or the artist team and just say, I've got 40 rooms. This is what they are. Give a basic description. Just draw me a sketch. I don't even need all the objects in it. I just need a pencil sketch. So the first step of a game on that side of the game was just as quickly as possible, sort of building the game environment and connecting it and starting to move around inside in that environment. And you might find out it's like, oh, yeah, when you drew this, I walked out of a door on the right, but then came in to a door on the right. So I sort of lost this. I just did a flip. So can you just take that piece of art and rescan it backwards so that my doors are now all connected the way I think they should be connected? So at the start of the game was this very quick process of trying to build the environment before you then start building the depth. It's like you get the breadth and then you build the depth. And so the breadth of the game is you quickly try to build all the rooms and all the locations that you're going to get, just so you get a sense, and everybody on the team gets a sense of what is this environment that I'm in. And then you can start doing the depth where you can say, okay, now we're going to need to put some characters in. And one of the things we'd oftentimes do is you would pull animations from an earlier game and you just stick them in to the next game as a placeholder. So if you're doing Full Throttle, you might see a Monkey Island character representing, this is going to be Marine in, doing this, but it looks like the voodoo lady. It's like, but she's the placeholder, so I can start working in this room, and I can start writing dialogue in this room, and I can start figuring out the interactions, and I can start adding objects, so you can start basically get the depth, or get the breadth, now get the depth. Now, to get back to your question about when and how did the dialogue, when did the user interface change? What was interesting is it was always evolving, and I don't think we ever finished evolving the user interface. So, and I'll give you examples of that because we were always, there were always new machines coming out. There were new features, new platforms that we were targeting. And so we would be doing new art. We'd be doing, for example, we did a series of games for the Fujitsu Towns. The Fujitsu Towns is a machine that only shipped in Japan for the most part. Amazing capabilities, IBM 386, if you can imagine how exciting that was, with a graphics processor and a CD. And they were very interested in having some premier games that could show off their hardware when the product was released. And so they approached us. Now, at the time, we were doing EGA games in 16 colors. Well, this machine gave us the ability to do games in 256 colors. So what did we do is, we take the old art, save it away, create a new directory, and let the artist over time start filling up and getting, we already had the breadth. Now we're going to get the depth of the artwork as all the artwork was being redrawn. All the characters and animations were being redrawn, very often in the same resolution, but now in a much more complex color space. Well, one of the things that came with that over time was the evolution of the interface from just strictly textual verbs to graphical verbs. So instead of just something like in the Monkeys, we're saying, and this is a specific example where you can get into trouble. So in the textual version of Monkey Island, it would say, I think you had the key to the monkey head. Because you get the key for it, but the joke is you take the key to the monkey head, and what does Guybrush do is he pulls out a giant Q-tip and starts cleaning the ear of the monkey head, and it's the giant Q-tip is the key. Now, I may have this wrong because it's been a while since I played Monkey. The problem is now you go to a graphical interface, and instead of saying, monkey head key or whatever it was in that interface, you now have a picture. Now, do you give away the joke that the key to the monkey head is shaped like a giant Q-tip? How do you do that? So the evolution of the interface wasn't just between games, but sometimes it was between versions of the games. Another story, and Day of the Tentacle. So we'll talk a little bit later about Humongous, but Humongous was using the SCUMM system. So it was the same system Ron and I had developed. Ron left, built a new company up in Washington. He and I would get together for pizza every 6 months and go, there's so much more we could do with the system. And we go, yeah. And he'd go, yeah, why don't we do this and that and the other thing? And I go, well, I got a wife and I got kids and I'm sort of settled here. And, why would I take all this risk? And, eventually he and a couple of other employees went away. They made an agreement where we're now all using the SCUMM system, but we were building sort of non-competing games. So he was building the games, the sort of children's adventure games. And I know there are some terms that he'd like to use or didn't like to use, but basically they were puzzle games like SCUMM games. But, Putt-Putt is driving down the street. There's a cow in the middle of the road. How do you get past the cow? Well, the puzzle is you have to honk your car horn and the cow will walk off the middle of the road and you can go on. Puzzle, same thing, but different target audiences. I've got a picture. Kevin, you met my son earlier when we were setting up the sound here. Kevin grew up on Putt-Putt games, which is great. So watching like a 2-year-old kid learning how to use a mouse and associating the mouse movement on the desk to the cursor movement on the screen. And, and they got to voice first, because if you're going to an audience that's that young, they're not readers yet, and they won't be readers for 3 or 4 more years. And even then, the reading level is very difficult. So Humongous had to solve voice early. So we sort of saw that work going on, and it inspired us to, let's figure out how to make voice work. And so Day of the Tentacle was built originally as a text game with music, but no voice. And then partway through it, it's like, let's take a risk and let's record the voice. And initially, and I think somewhere online, I know I shared a video, I did the very first voice test for Monkey Island. I think it was from
Monkey 2.
Is it Monkey 2? I know it's from the top view of an island, right? Because you go to the cemetery, and yeah. I was doing the part of Rapscallion, the chef who died in a horrible fire, and we just did that using internal talent. So Tamlin Neelio, who became our head of our voice department, had a background in doing voice work, and so we just cast that game within our team to, okay, let's find somebody to do Guybrush. I think Ron Lucier might have been chosen to do the voice of Guybrush, or Noah. Somebody was doing Guybrush's voice. I was Rapscallion. Somebody else with the Fettuccine brothers at the circus, whatever it was. And at the time, we didn't even know, could I record all of one person's lines and then record all of somebody else's lines? Sorry, you can't see both hands. And then intermix them. So you're now going A, B, A, B, A, B. Does that even sound natural? We didn't even know that. And so that was what the first tests told us. Was first, it let us set up the technology to prove that this could even work. Because very few, now maybe in the movies they would do that, but we just didn't know. And then just even begin to set up the technology for how to take voice lines, or what had been text lines, record them, and then build giant files that we're going to put on CDs so that we could play those back. So now where was I going? Okay, so Day of the Tentacle. We'll pull back there. So it was started as a text-only game. We eventually cast it. So we didn't do Monkey 2. We did that purely as a test. We cast it with professional SAG, which and AFTRA talent that are professional. People do professional voice recording. We recorded in professional studios. We did all the editing ourselves. Now, what was amazing to me was, because the sound department had built that game not knowing there was going to be voice in it, they had written some of the voice into the music. So there were places where the music, had to express, the character was saying something, but it was just a big no or something like that. And the voice would come in and go whoa, like this and do something to emphasize what the characters were doing. And then when we added voice, and you had the music doing this, and you had the voice complementing it, and you had the graphics, it was just mind-blowing, all these pieces coming together and really making an amazing product. So you asked me about verb interfaces and when did we put in dialogue lines or something like that. I hopefully this answer is enough to fool the teacher that I didn't really answer the question.
Okay, so now I'm going to ask a question and I expect an answer. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Okay. I was always impressed with SCUMM's pathfinding.
Yeah.
It always felt supernatural. In Sierra games, you'd always see the characters getting stuck in various locations when you try to walk somewhere. But in LucasArts games, it always felt supernatural. Now, how are you able to make the characters find the quickest path without getting stuck, basically?
The original, actually, and I've got the original Maniac documents for Maniac Mansion. And one of the things that a lot of people don't realize is every room has exactly the same shape. The floors are always these, where the floor meets the wall is always at exactly this angle. And that was because you only had this triangle and another box in between them. And that's all you could do, or actually 2 boxes between them. It had a very, very rudimentary box system. So I wrote the new box system. I don't remember which game it was for, if it was for Zach or for the later games. And a lot of times the best way to do something is to find a real world analogy. And what I decided for my analogy was I have all these boxes. So imagine if I went and found a piece of plywood or some sort of wood, and I drew the picture of the floor on it. And I wanted to be able to walk anywhere, but the walk boxes are a bunch of connecting trapezoids, basically. So sometimes they're triangles, sometimes they're rectangles, sometimes they're more complex objects, but they're always four-sided. So anything that's a four-sided object, just don't make it look like a sun, not a sundial, but don't cross it over. Make sure it's a regular polygon, and now you need to walk between them. And so what I did was, it's like, okay, imagine I had that board and I drew the things on it. Then I created what I called gates. So where one polygon would meet another polygon was through a gate. So you could walk anywhere from one to the other through a gate, and you shouldn't even know that you passed through a gate. It should just purely be connected. But then you might be walking through 5 or 6 gates, and you shouldn't be stopping at all the edges of all these polygons. You should just continually walk. And the walk system and the actors should just know that, when I'm, it basically has a notion of what angle you're walking at. And so should I be seeing the left side of the character, the right side, the back side as they're walking up? So that's all controlled by the actor. But how do you do this? And so I thought about it. It's like, well, what if I take every gate and I hammer nails into this board where those gates are? So here's one polygon, and top of the gate, bottom of the gate, here 2 nails. And then here's the next gate, and here's the next gate. Now I've got their location and I've got their destination. There's the destination over there. And you're walking between them. What if I took a giant piece of elastic or a giant rubber band and I put it on the nail that's where they are, and then I go between the gates and I stretch this thing between the nails like a piece of fabric from the starting spot to the end spot. And then that rubber band is going to find as well the shortest path, because it's going to be always trying to pull it tight. So it's going to try to take you around the closest corners of the path that'll take you from the source location to the final destination. And then once you do that, then you get rid of the gates altogether, because you now have a new set of points for, you now take your path based on this stretched piece of elastic, and then you see that, oh, it went around this nail. Okay, that's got to be a destination. And once you get to that destination, you take it to the next nail that it stretched out to, and then you take it to the final destination. And so it's this dance, but it really comes down to stretch a piece of string between a bunch of nails.
That's super interesting. and innovative for the time. I'm not talking about even later games. The pathfinding was amazing, even in Zach McCracken and even in Maniac Mansion.
We did a couple things that many of them weren't noticed, but some of them were really a lot of fun. So let me. I want to go back to. I want to talk about voice again, but let me stay back here on walk boxes for a second. One of the things that people may not realize is that walk boxes also had characteristics. And so if we take like the long dining room in Maniac Mansion, and there's a table in the middle of it, and you walk in front of the table, you're in front of it, but then you walk behind it, and you're clipped behind the table, and you're drawn behind the candelabra on the table and such. So we create an illusion of depth, or in 3D, you would call it a Z-plane, a Z-depth plane. Well, we're not redrawing the candelabra. What we're doing is we're not drawing the actor. So we had in our actor drawing code, we had this thing saying, hey, when you are in this box and you are drawing a character, before you draw this pixel, look in this Z-plane to see if there's a bit set that's basically imagine a black and white image, a mask actually, that indicates that you should be eclipsed by this item. If you are, don't draw that pixel for an actor. And by the time we were done in SCUMM, I think we had as many as 3 clipping planes that you could load along with the piece of art. So you could be in front of this, behind this and this, and behind this and this and this. So you could create these very complex, what would appear to be 3-dimensional, environments, or more complex environments, with the actor now clipping. But to save time, while we had all the clipping planes, the planes in back would include the clipping planes in front. So you were, I think, only ever clipping behind one plane, but that plane might include the planes in front. Anyway, but I wanted to talk about voice for a second, and I don't know exactly why I'm relating this, but just in terms of innovation. So we had actor animation. So when somebody even when they were reading text, there was a very simple calculation. It was like every piece of text should always be displayed for at least minimum of 3 seconds. Even if it's one character, it should be displayed for a certain period of time. But then, mathematically, for every character in the text, you should add a few more seconds or some fraction of seconds. So if it's a character saying, "What?" then having "what" appear on the screen, as a speaker, it's okay for that to take 5 seconds, and you could assume somebody would read it. And one of our general rules of thumbs is that we considered ourselves as developers fast readers. And so we should be able to read it 2 or 3 times and presume that a player could use that amount of time to read it, or then to be able to adjust the text speed to bring it down. And then if it's something longer than that, people will need more time to read it. So the animation of a character speaking, so they see something and then dialogue shows up here, is they're talking for the length of time that it takes to say that thing. Well, now we've got this dilemma because we have voice. And so we should be speaking the duration of the voice. Do we throw away what we thought of as the duration of the text that was there? And I think the answer was yes, but you can't really slow, we would work on balancing the dialogue so that the flow is still good. But we did something else which was great. And I think Vince wrote the first version of this. Most of the characters, and we developed it, had 4 or 5 mouth shapes that combined to make their talking animation. So they'd have an O sound and an A sound and an E sound and things like that. We actually took the waveform of the voice line, processed it, and along with the wave file included a table of what face mouth shape to use based primarily, I think, on the amplitude of the audio line. And so if you actually look even at the early games at our characters talking, you will actually see they're lip syncing the audio that is being spoken based on the word. So if there's a pause in a sentence, they'll stop talking and then they'll start talking again to match the dialogue. So there were little things in there that oftentimes might not have been noticed, but we just thought they were important because just having lips flapping with no relation, even puppeteers, if you're doing a puppet, it's really important that they talk and match your lips.
So I noticed it back then, and I'm still amazed by it now.
Well,
it didn't work for nothing. I noticed it.
Well, we noticed it as well. That I think there was, like any good craftsman, there's pride in your craftsmanship. And then a lot of times as a craftsman, you do something that you think is right, even if somebody might not notice it, but because you do it for yourself. We were, and in all of the work that I've been, we were not only building these, but we were building the games we wanted to play. And when I worked later, actually I've got one here. I don't know if you guys remember these. This is a T-Mobile, oops, it's upside down. This is a T-Mobile Sidekick phone. I worked on these guys. This was the first smartphone, really, that for consumers. Tony Hawk, the skateboarder, had one, and Paris Hilton. Hers was broken into because I think she used her dog's name as her password to her account. So somewhere out there, somebody figured out to type Tinkerbell for a password, and Paris's photos ended up on the internet. But anyway, we were building these phones for ourselves. We were building these games as the types of games we would like to play. So we did play other people's games. And we weren't very satisfied with how their systems worked. I had a friend from high school who was a stockbroker. And one of the things he would let me do is I could buy small shares of stock in other people's companies. So for example, I had shares in Sierra Online. And that gave me insight into what that company was doing, and both financially, but also, give me lineups on what their products were. And they were always, they'd be announcing things to their stockholders that they weren't always announcing to the general public. And then I was nasty. I'd always vote my shares for Ken Williams, but I wouldn't vote for Roberta just because I wanted to get under Ken's skin by pissing off his wife. Oh God, you should edit that out because they might watch this someday. Anyway.
We're interviewing them in 10 days.
Well, when you talk to Ken and say, now, did you ever notice that, or if you talk to Roberta and say, did you ever notice that Ken actually got more votes than you did when you were at the stockholders meetings? Did that ever bug you? Did you ever bring that up with Ken? Because if she noticed that, then I was the craftsman that I can now feel good about my efforts.
Well played.
They were a very successful company, and I know there was jealousy on our parts, but we felt that we were building in the same arena, and the arena being the same type of hardware and things like that. But yeah, I think we felt that there was, we were trying to do things at a slightly different level. Maybe it was snobbery on our part in terms of storytelling and technology. I remember playing one of their games because you brought up walk boxes, and they had built this tree with roots, and you had to walk, but if one pixel touched a root, you were dead. And then you had to start at the beginning of the tree. And then there were, I remember, and I can't tell you which game it was, some puzzle that you only knew the answer to it because you'd been killed. And now that you were dead, because you learned this in the process before you died, you could finish the game, which meant you could only succeed by failing. And we went to a lot of work to prevent you from failing. And we went to a lot of work in the games. And if you look at the monkeys and how they were laid out, where we created these environments that if you ran into a wall with a puzzle one place, oh, I'll go explore the rest of the island, or I'll even get on a ship and go to another island and explore that. And then it gave the players the time to think about that puzzle and talk to their friends about it, and I can, and come back to them later. But the only times I think we killed somebody off was, I think we dropped Guybrush off a cliff, and then he came bouncing back, and it was a rubber tree, or something silly like that. And that was kind of another poke.
With a Sierra pop-up.
I think there was a pop-up, just, our kind of poking fun at that as well.
So that's the reason why I didn't like Sierra games so much. Up until 1994, when they started copying LucasArts style of game design by adding a try again button and allowing the user, in case of death, to get back to the same location and keep trying. And the thing is that even dead ends, I don't think that dead ends or deaths are great game design, and Sierra insisted on adding both to most of their games for years. And I know that Ken Williams' philosophy was to ask the people who worked at Sierra not to play any of the competitors' games, which is basically your games, because they wanted to be innovators and not followers. But the problem is that by not playing games by LucasArts, they're really single-minded with their game design, and it was really annoying.
I had a nightmare once. I don't know if it was a nightmare, but I woke up from this dream, and I was a competitor for Industrial Light and Magic. And I was like, hey, look, I've made spaceships fly around. And you're going, oh, but they just did, stop motion or go motion animation for E.T. It's like, okay, I'll start working on go motion animation. And look, I've got go motion animation. It's like, well, look, they just did 3D stained glass man for young Sherlock Holmes. It's like, crap, now I need to figure out how computer. And it was just like, you're chasing this I was going to use, not behemoth isn't the right word, but you're chasing this thing that just, it's got this motion going forward. And how do you do that? And, we were, like I said, we weren't always revolutionary, or at least that's the term I look at it, because, when, we had different teams inside the company. So we had the teams doing X-Wing and TIE Fighter and games like Pipe Dream, like you mentioned. So we had the story game engines, and we had other games in there, and we had generally a pretty healthy relationship of, Dark Forces and Jedi Knight, and we had Mike Stemley. But see, Mike Stemley came over from Adventure Games and did Afterlife. So there was really a lot of cross-pollination between the teams. But I'll tell you a funny story is, so I come from 3D. When I wrote Star Raiders 2 for Atari, that's a 3D game. You're flying, 6502, 1 megahertz processor, and you're flying around three-dimensional stars and 3D TIE fighters and rotating planets and such. I came back home on a flight from Las Vegas one year, sitting next to a guy, and we started chatting, and he had started a company that originally did tracking of, was it like paramecium? So they would be studying various medicines by, you take a petri dish with these things in there and you add the chemicals, and then they'd have somebody by hand tracking the movements to see if they were moving correctly. And they figured this is stupid, and they figured out how to do camera tracking of things in a petri dish so that they could determine whatever the important thing that they want. Well, this eventually evolved into motion tracking, where you could put, the little reflective balls on your elbows and such, and do 3D motion capture. Well, it turns out his system was being used by ILM for Casper the Friendly Ghost, one of the first products to use that. And so it's like, oh, that's cool. He invited me over, showed me the system. And I asked, it's like, do you guys ever have any free time? Oh, yeah. It's like, if you want to do some tests on it, we'll set it up. So I built that relationship and actually sent one of the Dark Forces or Jedi Knight teams and connected them together. I don't know if they remember that, but what was amazing is we went from animating 3D characters to the same character, but now being driven by living human motion. And so that 3D character began to breathe and, and relax, and the arms moved the way so it went from robot puppeteering to live puppeteering. And one of the things is that, the human brain and eye and the nervous system were evolved to try to pick out threats. And so our ability to detect motion from hundreds of yards away and go, oh, look, that guy there with the spear, I think he's a threat. I better start hauling ass, out the other way and see if I can survive. And hey, we survived because we could pick out those types of motions and determine if that's a motion, if that's a human being that we should be fighting or we should be we should be running away from. And suddenly we went into these games where we could start integrating some of that. Well, so I also ran the tools organization. And so we were using various different 3D tools to do our characters and 3D tools for building our environments. But then eventually the output from those tools had to go into the games, and the games had their own data sets for how to use and store and manipulate that 3D information. So everybody's tools had their own data, way they stored their data, and then the games had a third way to do it. And so they'd write these exporters to try to go from tool A into the system and tool B into the system. But then somebody would write a new game that needed different data. So then they'd write new exporters and things like that. So one of the things I did with my team is I said, here, this is what we're going to do. There's already a really good definition of that's very useful for models. It was, I think, VRML. It was a modeling language for doing VR models. Let's do all these tools into this, and then you can just write one output from this tool into that. And I had a full-time person working on that system when I was running the tools group. Anyway, I passed one of the 3D guys from our group in a hallway one time, and they were always chiding us. It's like, oh, SCUMM, that's the old technology, dollhouse this, dollhouse that. And I'd gotten kind of tired of it. And I said, well, 3D is just a fad. And I guess I didn't say it with enough smile on my face, because a few months later, I ended up in a review. And it wasn't just with my boss. My boss took me up in front of the president. And it's like, well, we hear you are anti-3D. It's like, excuse me? What are you talking about? It's like, well, that, you're not moving forward with the rest of everybody else. You're anti-3D. I'm going, where do you get that impression? And I start listing all the 3D stuff that I'm doing for the company. And eventually it came down to a joke I'd made in a hallway that it somehow somebody took the wrong way, mentioned it up the management line, and it got all the way into my annual review. And when I wrote like a 3-page response to this to my boss at the time, he was very, it was rather amusing. He took my response and flipped it upside down and said, I don't want to dwell in the past, which I interpreted as, I don't want to deal with the facts. I just want to continue with my own view of the world and live with that. And I'm not going to pay any attention to anything you said. So that was, when I left the Lucas companies, it was sort of writing on the wall that everything that I'd contributed there, in their book, they were looking at new directions, and that's fine by me. And quite frankly, I was.
Well, you're right. 3D sucks.
No, it can be great, but it's another battle. One of the amazing things to me, and I mentioned how, like Curse of Monkey Island, we upped the resolution, we upped the color space, and it really began to enter the realm of cartoon animation from the 40s and 50s. It's like we've hit this range. Our audio and our music. One of the things I always liked to judge by was, when can we hit a threshold that that reaches the point where human perception, where we are at the limit of human perception. And so to me, audio was always one of those areas, because once we can do digital audio, and we did it, then we can start saying, what's our holy grail? Okay, we've done 8-bit audio at 5K hertz, a very low frequency, like the quality that you used to get on a telephone. Well, what's the goal? Well, the goal is CD quality audio, let's say, which is 44 or 48K hertz. So 8 times as much data this way. And then we were doing 8-bit channels, and CDs were doing 16 stereo channels. So we needed 8 times as much data in this direction and 4 times as much data in that direction. But once we got there, we were as good as CD audio. What else do you need? And so what I loved about our work is that we could set ourselves these goals and say, we could literally build a timeline and say, how close are we? And sometimes when you're moving towards a holy grail, you have to go sideways. It's not always I'm going to go straight down this path to it. Sometimes you have to do the dance sideways and not really move yourself forward. You have to do something expeditious to get a product shipped, this month. But you should never lose sight on what that holy grail is that basically lets you say, now in audio, it is no longer a technical challenge. It is purely an artistic challenge. Now, if you can think it and you can play it, you can hear it. And that experience no longer needs to be compromised, because we used to do audio back, with 3-channel audio and 4-channel bleep bloop bloop songs, and Commodore 64 I think had 4 channels. And then we started to do digital sound effects. And then we started to add voice, and then we started to add music. And what I loved about that technological process is the further along we went, the more the fact that the talent we had in the organization was really great talent. They were just working within a limited medium. And then as we continue to expand the size, the capabilities of that medium, they were already right there ready to use it and use it to its greatest extent. I remember at one time at Atari, somebody was there and it's like, well, if I only had a computer that was twice as fast and had twice as better graphics, then I could write a really good game. And I was thinking, you need to learn how to write a good game on this computer. And then when the next one comes along, now you can really do so much more. But it was like that story of the firefly. It's like, I'm going to do make the brightest light in the world. I'm going to save up. And one day I'm going to get everybody together and I'm going to create the brightest light. This was a story I read as a little kid. And instead, there's nothing. There's no light at all, because he was never working his capabilities so that he could move on, so he could really do something amazing. Instead, it was always I had the excuse why I can't do this. All right. And I have to say, sadly, some of those people you don't see in the industry or never moved in the industry, or the lone wolves never could learn how to work as parts of teams. And that was just necessary. And sometimes it was social. Sometimes you just had to have the social skills, not just the technological skills. I've seen plenty of times. I played bluegrass banjo in a band. We were not the greatest musicians, but we were having a blast. And we'd go to these open mic events, and these solo musicians would be playing incredibly complex technical pieces that you could only admire if you understood the technicality of it. And we'd be going out there hooting and hollering, and sometimes we'd work with a single microphone. And that means with 5 musicians all playing and all, most of us singing, you have to do this dance. It's like, oh, here comes the fiddle break. I'd have to come forward. I'd play my break. I step back. 2 vocalists come in. They do the chorus, stuff like that. There's amazing stuff that individuals can do. But I think what oftentimes the greatest accomplishments of man are what we can do as groups of people and being able to work together and work together collaboratively. And I think that if we look at tools and technology as they come along, some of the greatest technology is the stuff that lets us work better as teams, better contribute. From the software side, things like GitHub that save the source code, but now everybody can be working and easily seeing the same tree and who changed this and made that change, and then you start expanding that into tools for individual team member management so that they can manage the tasks and who's working on what and what they're contributing. So for me, it's been amazing sort of watching this evolution to the point where, it's not just even dozens of people, it's hundreds of people building these things.
Now, it's time for me to ask you about Loom, the latest masterpiece of fantasy storytelling by Lucasfilm's Brian Moriarty.
Why would you want to ask me about that? What do you want to know?
When did you first hear about the project, and what did you think about the premise?
I think the first thing is, Brian joined the organization. He came over from, was it Infocom? You might know that better than I do.
Mm-hmm.
He worked on their game engine, which I think was called Zill, which was, a text-based engine. He'd worked on a number of really amazing games. He worked on, I think Trinity, was it called? It was, and a couple of other really amazing adventure systems. And, he joined the group and he had the concept, he worked it up and he had the concept for Loom. And, as a musician, part-time musician, musical troublemaker, I know enough how to piss people off. I love Tchaikovsky. And the other thing which he did, which I think was fascinating, was truly spells, though it's spells in the shape of music, as inventory. So you would learn your inventory rather than collect your inventory. It seems like such a simple concept, but here you had your basically your musical staff, again another another way to represent music, and then your staff, as you're playing your staff, you can perform the spells. I think that there are things about Loom that frustrated me greatly, and there are things about Loom that I am just, even to this day, I was going to use the term spellbound, and you know what, that's not an unfair term, about what Brian was trying to do and much of what he actually accomplished doing. It was, to the great extent, while it was working with artists, I think the coding was a solo effort. I think that he did most of the writing on it. I think that he could have benefited from doing what we had done with the SCUMM games, which is more collaborative team. But that's a project leader's decision, and when you have this singular vision and not everybody agrees with your vision, sometimes bringing other people in the team can just dilute that vision. And so, he had worked, from his work at Infocom, I think he had been very successful as the primary contributor. And though one of the things that I think I really liked about SCUMM was it was that depth factor that I talked about, breadth versus depth, and that various people brought in skills where we could build the products with different layers and different depths. So you might have a primary scripter who puts the room together in various objects, but then you could have other scripters who are really good at all the objects you can look at, but you can't touch, but you can look at them, and you sort of create the world by, here's this book on the wall, and what's the name of the book, and you can read a little bit of the book, and all that stuff that much of it may never be discovered, but it, I think, added to the richness and again, the depth of the product. Is you could see that was there. So one of the things that there's a joke that sometimes I think I would apply to game designs, which is and I'm not going to get it right. I'm a terrible joke teller, as you may quickly learn. But it's like, how do you kill a pink elephant? And the answer is you use a pink elephant gun. And then the next question is, how do you kill a blue elephant? And the person, of course, says, well, you use a blue elephant gun. And the answer is, no, you choke it until it turns blue and you use the blue elephant gun. Terrible, terrible joke. But I like that approach in terms of puzzles, which is you want puzzles that challenge the player, that at some level make sense, but give you your inventory, which is, in this case, is a bad elementary school joke, can work everywhere and you can have fun with it. And so that's one of the things where, like in the other SCUMM games, if you have an object, you might try using it in lots and lots of places, but it doesn't work. But you should still get a response. It should say, "Oh, I tried that and it didn't work." You need to get the positive input that this, that was a good idea, but that's not quite what we're looking for here. I like the notion, if you have a puzzle that can turn straw into gold, you should have lots of straw. And then you get to use that magical spell to do that. And for whatever reason, I felt that Loom didn't have all the straw, that once you do learn a spell, very often it felt like the spell that you did learn had a singular place for it to be used. And so then once you had the spell, then you would go to the location and you'd use the spell. But I would want to go use these spells in lots of places. And I don't know if because of the limit of the schedule or the size of the team, I would have, or the budget, there's so many factors. We build games inside boxes with so many limits, and then you try to do something amazing within those limits. So I wanted so much more. I wanted more places. And sometimes that's the signs of a successful game. So many people loved Full Throttle, but they wanted it to last another hour or another 2 hours. I think, Indie Atlantis, and it solved some of that problem by allowing you to choose and take different paths. So, and then with the other games, allowing you to take any path that you choose and solve puzzles in any order that you choose. Every puzzle suffers from, limits of where you can use it. But I think successful ones are, oh, I got something cool. What can I do? What can I go and do with that?
Well, in Loom, you learn certain drafts and then you use them later on in the game. Actually, that's the main way to get to a dead end in Loom, because, for example, the draft of dying, you learn at the beginning because you have a piece of cloth and a pot with the green dye, and then you learn that you can dye the cloth using that draft. And if you don't write it down, then by the time you get to the sheep in the field, you don't have the draft by the sheep.
Right, because you need to keep them from getting eaten by the dragon. Was that it?
And then the dragon gets you instead.
Right.
So.
Yeah, and that's a challenge as well. And so that we have an inventory system. We did other games where clearly you had inventory, and you could even pass inventory between characters. And something that I think I always found amazing with Maniac Mansion is, of the 5 or 6 kids you can choose between. So, Dave and Michael, who is the photographer, and I forget the surfer dude, and
Sid and
Sid
Bernard, and Razor.
Right. So you can choose between the kids, and there were specific puzzles designed just for those kids. So Michael, the photographer, can enlarge the photo. I forget what the photo enlarger was, but that was really designed where that path. So even Maniac at the very beginning had path selection, and that path selection came from the selection of kids. So unlike, other puzzles where you can only go a certain places based on your inventory, here you could solve only certain puzzles based on the kids you selected. But one of the things I love from the game, and then we learned it from the audience, is they began to attribute capabilities to certain characters that they never had. They just always assume that, hey, if you've got Michael, then you can, Michael's the only one that can do certain puzzles. No, that was never the case. He had a limited number of ones that if you followed that path through, you needed Michael. Other kids, you'd have to find other paths through the game. But I just love the fact that the players would project other skills and capabilities upon the characters that may not even exist. And that told me that they had bought into the universe, and they'd bought into the characters, and they had built a bond between themselves and those characters.
Actually, it's kind of interesting that you consider the drafts in Loom as the inventory. I always considered the drafts in Loom as the verbs.
I think they work both ways, but you're right. They probably were more truly the verbs, but then I think of them that way because they're always there, but you sort of store them away. And maybe that was, you mentioned that if you didn't write down the green one and then the dyeing of the wool, and then you don't have it later, that maybe it's not a singular thing, and maybe it's really, if it is verbs, then having an inventory of verbs, which is kind of what the interface was. But maybe there should have been a place where the inventory or the verbs should have been preserved for the as you receive them, for the player to have been able to see them. And maybe even, if you even had one for each, if you had the time to do the art, I could easily see a page for each verb where you could have gone into great description of how you attained it and what was it capable of. And, in some cases, if those were associated with a different guild. And I know you wanted to talk about Forge, and which I can't go into detail because that wasn't my design, but Forge was basically traveling off to another guild. So it was off to the guild of the metal workers, who used their own magic and their own, series of spells in order to perform their work, as opposed to the guild of the
Weavers.
Weavers, exactly.
Well, the whole whether it's verbs or inventory is a philosophical discussion. How did it work in SCUMM when you activated a draft? Did it work behind the scenes as a verb or as an inventory item?
That I would have to look into the scripts. Quite frankly, I think one of the, I'll give you a specific example, because I mentioned how Ron and I shared a room together, and Brian he had his office in another part of the building. And I remember one day Brian came in and he was telling us how he just created some capability and had put it in, and he was very, proudly telling us about this thing. And Ron was kind of, I think, Brian had left the room, and Ron kind of said, didn't he know about this that basically replicated that? And so I think that was, Brian had the disadvantage that I showed you that binder of all the SCUMM commands and how they were used in the history. You have to think about how early in the scheme of things Loom was written. And so many things had up to that point had been disseminated through word of mouth and people teaming up and working collaboratively. And I think possibly because Brian was new to the organization, most people who had written games either were working on this initially, like Ron and David, they were very closely building the system and adding new commands and expanding. But they also had tremendous familiarity with the existing capabilities. I think that didn't work in Brian's favor, having come in from another organization with another system and not coming into a project, his first project, as people like Mike Stemley, who came in as a scripter and then worked on other games, Tony Shea, Jen Sward, Tammy Borowick, Tim Schafer, Dave Grossman. They all started as sort of journeyman scripters, usually under the tutelage of Ron. And it was actually not until significantly after Brian had been there that we wrote the manual for the language, and we formally began to train things. So we took over the top floor of the main house. Main house is where George's offices are. And we took over the top floor and we ran SCUMM so SCUMM University. And this would have been around the era of Indie, Last Crusade, or Sam & Max, because I remember it was probably Sam & Max, because we used one of the rooms from the game just as the training ground for learning all the capabilities. So we'd have the scripters, we'd give them the characters and the animation they could use from a library of other characters we already had. And then they were just given an empty room, and we'd start by adding one object. Actually, we'd probably start by putting in the walk boxes. And so we'd teach them how to do walk box connectivity. And then we'd start adding objects and having them adding new objects. And so either they could go into the artwork with all the existing objects in the world, and let's say you had a clock that ticked back and forth. And so you'd be taught how to make a script for a clock where basically in the interscript for a room, so when you first walked into a room, each room had an interscript and an exit script. And that was basically when you first arrive, I want to set things up. I want to set the, capabilities. So I want to start a clock. I want to be making a sound. I want to start a timer, because once somebody enters this room, 3 minutes later, I want to trigger some interaction outside this room. Or so in the case of the interscript, you could trigger a very simple script for, say, the clock, and the clock would simply have the script for the clock might only be 4 commands. It'd be like, start animation tick, play sound tick, sleep for a second. So sleep was actually the most amazing and powerful command. It's just like, make this script go away, wake me up in a second, and then I'll come back. But until then, let the rest of the world run. And then after a second, play animation talk, play sound talk. And I think that would be it. It would continue, and then maybe sleep for another second. So you'd have this, and it's not a complex animation, but to animate a clock in the room is about 5 lines of code. It's about, and the sound effects. And then you could take that object and say, well, let's give it a look at command or something like that. And it's like, okay, what are the interactions of my verbs with this object? Well, when I look at it, I want it to say, looks like it's running 5 minutes fast. Whatever it was, the scripters would sort of cut their teeth on a very simple environment. And I don't know. I didn't feel that Brian had that opportunity. And some of that's the organization's responsibility as well, that we weren't set up at that time to bring everybody up to speed. And so there are cases where I think Brian, had more work, both in terms of the small size of his team, and then also, everybody else had other projects, and because we didn't always know the problems he was trying to solve, we couldn't always come to his rescue or save him a day's work having to develop something new. So when you asked the question, what was going on inside the scripts? I don't know, and I'm not sure if anybody, even Brian at this point, knows. We'd have to bring up the scripts, and if the scripts still survive, and take a look.
Okay, so let's talk about the Hebrew version of Loom. The Hebrew version of Loom is the version I played as a kid.
Yeah.
And it's the reason why this game is so close to my heart. Now,
Okay.
as far as I know, this full translation of the game was done without any official help from Lucasfilm Games.
Yeah.
Was it done that way because of Lucasfilm's stance at the time, which was do what you want, just don't ask us for help? Or was this whole thing done behind their back deliberately?
Well, let me talk first about our international products, because for a number of years I ran the international team. And so we would typically have vendors in different countries that were selected based on whatever criteria the international, sales and marketing teams had. So, breadth of sales, experience, these types of products. And many of those companies started with us because they would have been selling the US English products into those countries simply because that was all that was available. So their market was limited within their country simply because it was only limited to English speakers, say in Germany. So I think initially we might have been working, it might have been a company called Soft Gold, and Germany loved our products. And so, of course, they wanted them in German. And so we would set up a development environment of that game from the shipped version of the game. And oftentimes this is 6 to 12 months after we'd shipped the game. And they would go through, and it was a terribly, terribly painful process because we use, in the language, we have these things called define. So you could define the language as English, define the language as French, define it as German. And you'd put the defines at the top, and then inside the code, you'd say, if English, say this. If French, say this. If German, say this. So every language we added, the code got thicker and thicker. And it also meant that, okay, how do you have French people and Germans working on the code? Because they're each going to be needing to add this thing together. So sometimes the code split off into multiple branches. We didn't have source code management like we do today. So there are versions of the game that only survived on those particular machines and never came back into the host family. So localization was not really there wasn't a really solid vision for international. And I, at one point, I went and I put a proposal together, which was, I had been running cross-platform. And by cross-platform, it meant I was managing the Amiga, the Atari ST, the Macintosh versions of our games, and getting those built. And as that evolved, we kept getting better at it to the point with on the Macintosh, we could release simultaneously. And that meant we'd have a PC version game finished in July. By the end of July, we'd have the Macintosh version of it ready to ship. And the way I did that is I'm going to get back, just so you know, I'm going to get back to your Hebrew version in a second here. I had one of the best Macintosh programmers on the freaking planet. And initially, some of the core teams were very hesitant to have Aaron come in and start working on their code because it's like, hey, the code's not done yet. He's going, no, just give me a copy of it. Let me work on it for a month or two, see if I can get it running. And then a few months from, everything that's Mac specific, I'll put away. And then a month or two from now, just before you ship, I'll get a new version and we'll sync them up. And there was a lot of anxiety or hesitancy initially to that. But then what happened is Aaron would come back and say, hey, I found this bug. When this would happen, the Mac is a different machine and it has, it is, I'm going to use the term stricter. It would have different rules, oftentimes stricter about memory management. You talk to this and the Mac just stops and says, you don't own that. You can't talk to it. The PC, it's like, sure, blow up memory. We don't, it's like, we're not checking that. None of that stuff is happening. Oh, you want to go talk to stuff you don't own? Sure, go right ahead. But if you look like on a Mac today or even your iPhone, it's like, are you sure you want to let, this application talk to your camera? We're going to be checking on that. So the Mac was always built on a foundation of greater code security. than the PC or Windows. And so Aaron would come back to the teams and say, hey, I found this bug and I've got the fix for it if you'd like it. And these engineers would go, we've been looking for that for 6 weeks and we didn't know what it was. And then they'd get the fix in, and they'd eventually realize that Aaron was an asset to their team. And I think he would be brought in as people would kind of look forward to, hey, we're going to do the Mac version and Aaron's going to be on the team. So I built this model of we can ship them at the same time. Now, that failed in at least one instance because we said, hey, we can build one product in one package with both the Mac and the PC version on the same disk. And we thought that was a good idea. It wasn't, because you'd go into a computer store and you'd want to find the Mac game in the Mac area, and you'd want to find the PC game in the PC area. And then our salespeople would want to know, how many Mac games did you buy and how many PC games did you buy? And customers couldn't find the game, and marketing people didn't know whose sales were which. And so eventually we just said, okay, we can do them simultaneously, but let's still ship them on separate products.
Now, when you talk about Aaron, you of course talk about Aaron Giles.
So that's Aaron Giles. And then Aaron, we met Aaron, and don't let me not get back to your question about the Hebrew version of Loom. Somebody walked into my office at one point and said, this version of Rebel Assault for the Mac just showed up. And it's got somebody else's code on it. Should we get legal involved? And I went and took a look at it. And when we had done the Mac version of Rebel Assault, the new Apple PowerPC machine, so completely different processors had just come out, and they were basically emulating the old 68,000 processor. So you could have native PowerPC, or you could have emulated 68,000 apps, and those ran slowly, or not as fast as on the regular machines. So Aaron had just got himself a copy of Rebel Assault, which he was excited about, and he had a PowerPC, and it ran slowly, and he knew the problem was that it was emulated. Now, he was working in, I think, New York, and working in the medical field. And so what he did was he analyzed the code and found the place where most of the code was running. So usually it's like the graphics routine or something. Find the part that's spending the most time running, and then he rewrote just that part in PowerPC. So that part was now in native code, running as fast as it could, and hey, the game works. The game also always required the CD or the DVD, whatever it was we shipped it on. So this was just a new application that made that disk now something that other people could enjoy. And so after I had a chance to look at this, I went back and I said, no, I don't want to bring in legal. I want to hire the guy. So the challenge was... So
you hired Aaron Giles?
Oh, yeah. The big challenge was he had a project that he said would take 3 to 6 months to finish. And as much as he wanted to work with us, he wanted to, ethically, he wanted to finish that project he had started. So, we waited and waited. What was amazing is as soon as he came on board, our Mac productivity skyrocketed. And part of this, as I should explain, our primary Mac programmer before that was Aric or E.J. Johnston. Aric, that's another whole story. And Aric's an amazing individual. Nationally ranked gymnast, did projects with the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I talked to him one time and we were catching up, and he goes, oh, I'm doing this, and I got a call from the Dalai Lama, and then this, and this, and it's like, what? Hold on, what are you talking about? So anyway, he had done this Make-A-Wish project with a boy who had gone through cancer treatment, was in remission, and his Make-A-Wish was to make a computer game that other kids going through cancer could play the game, and the game would help teach them the skills to help fight cancer. So the main kid, which is Ben, because it's called, if you look up Ben's game, Ben, I think, rides around on a skateboard and he can get like the shield of healthy eating. And that's wrong, but that's kind of the idea, which is, if you're trying to fight cancer, eating healthfully is an important thing. So you were taking all these things that were these very, very hard lessons, but then seeing how your player could advance in the game the same way that you could advance in your fight against cancer. So anyway, the Dalai Lama heard about this, had one of his people call up Ben, and Ben said, oh, well, if you want to have dinner with us, give EJ a call. So anyway, like I said, an amazing individual. So Aric had been our Mac programmer. He then went on to start our Nintendo 64 team. And so I lost my Mac programmer, but then, that was about the same time that we connected with Eric Giles, and we just had to wait the 6 months or so for Aaron to come on board. And then once Aaron was on board, it was just amazing. He went through our old library. He got started on our new library to the point where basically, within 30 days of a PC product launch, we had the Mac product launch. So now back to international. Now that I'd proven you could build cross-platform simultaneously, I wanted to build international products simultaneously. So I built a team that with the same model where you'd basically go infiltrate the core team, 3-4 months before they release, start looking at their system, their tools, start building the tools you would need, start extracting the text, start building tools to manage that, putting it into our own databases that we use for translation. And then by the time they were finished, we'd get a final extraction, merge it in with a final translation, and then within 30 days, we'd have the international version of the products. So the Israeli version of Loom. Somebody walks into my office and it's like, we've got this disk, it's got Loom on it in Hebrew. I've never worked on a Hebrew version of Loom. We've only, I'm running the international team. There is no database with Hebrew in it. So we look at it, and what we found is basically they made 2 changes. Well, one was a fairly straightforward change, and one was a very broad change with rather interesting implications. So the first change was they found our font file. So the file that we used for the fonts that are displayed in the game. And it was a straightforward, it's like, every bit is a pixel or whatever it was. And they just began modifying it until they built a font of all the Hebrew alphabet. And then they dropped that into the game. And of course, everything would be wrong because now English characters are trying to select Hebrew characters out of the display. So it basically looked like a mess. But then what they did is they went into they took something that took the game data that we built, and it could find every line of English text that was there. And they could only write in that line of text in Hebrew, but it had to be shorter than the English line because they couldn't go any longer. So our game was built knowing that this line was 21 characters long, so they could write whatever they wanted to in Hebrew up to 21 characters. Now, I have to apologize. I'm not familiar with, for example, the density of languages. What I'm used to is, for example, if you take English versus German, German is a much denser language in terms of numbers of characters. It's like you want to say something simple like one-way street, it's Einbahnstraße. It's like everything is big. Well, it actually turns out Italian's a pretty expansive language as well, but it kind of gets away with it because it uses a lot of I's and L's. It uses a lot of skinny letters. And so even though Italian may have as many letters as German, it fits on the screen so much better because they're all, words like spaghetti with tiny T's and tiny I's that kern in nicely to each other. So what they did is they went through the entire game and they translated it within the space of the English text because they couldn't rebuild the whole game because that would have required our development system. And they had this disc. Now, I have to tell you perfectly honest, my interest in that was purely technical, wanting to understand how something had been done. I had nothing to do with, did they eventually license it? Did they just ship it on? I have no idea actually what the future of that product was. I was simply flabbergasted that it had been done, and since they had already done it and they had a way to do it, not my problem. That's another, that goes off to another part of the company to decide. Here's a product. Now figure out what do you want to do with it. Do you build a manual?
Wait, so it was never officially licensed from Lucasfilm?
That I can't. It was developed with no arrangement with Lucasfilm, but I don't know if it was shipped. If eventually they sent it to us as a proof of concept, and somebody else approved it and licensed it, that I could. There are people that I might be able to ask, but I have no idea. It was just done right completely. Here. Well, is it in a box, or did it? The box. Does the box tell you that it was licensed, or is it just floating around? And I'm just, I'm curious.
Okay, this is the big box. You see?
Oh, I love it. So, okay, well, it's got the Lucasfilm logo on it. Yeah.
Yeah, but you see, they didn't change the title. They just created the marble texture and hid the English title of Loom. It says Loom over here in English, and it has a different back cover. Yeah. It also says Lucasfilm right here. And this is the company that translated. It's over here.
I think that's phenomenal. I hope it was all licensed and everything else. But I admire innovation. Years ago, I was walking around a computer consumer electronics show. No, it was West Coast Computer Show. So this is like very, very early days. And I was walking by a company's booth, and I stopped. And it's like, what? Wait a second. And what was funny was they had built a product, but their font was my font from this game. So evidently, it was like, hey, look, we got this file. Somebody's already done this. Let's, who's gonna know or care? Well, I was kind of flattered. I ended up talking with them, and they were, I think they were a development team out of Hawaii, and they actually worked out of a lava tube. And what was cool about that was inside a lava tube, the temperature doesn't vary that much. And so it was just for them a very cool development environment. And here they'd written this game and didn't have any tools for doing fonts, found my game, wrote something to display the font and use that. So for me, I chose to be flattered. I'm flattered by this, whether it was licensed or not.
Well, a 16-year-old translated it. I'm currently trying to get him for an interview.
Oh, that's amazing. It's amazing what kids will do, that amaze adults. I think it's wonderful.
Now, at the time, the SCUMM games were released on various platforms, like you said, and various systems, requiring you and the team to basically continuously work on shipped titles and release them on more and more systems. Now, what was the most difficult port you've worked on from all of the SCUMM games? I presume that it's going to be one of the earlier ones, because the earlier ones were the ones that were ported the most.
I'm going to tell you, I want to tell you two different stories. Okay. So I'll start with one story, and I don't know if there's a single answer to what you're asking, but I'll tell you these two stories. Here's the amazing thing about SCUMM is because there was an interpreter, so a program that processes the game data, and that game data is one place and the interpreter is something else. What it meant was, let's say I wanted somebody to work on the Atari ST version of Indie Atlantis. I'm just going to make something up. I can give them the data that we actually shipped that game with. That means you can trust it. It hasn't been modified. You know that's good data. All your data is good. All you have to do is write this program that reads that data, plays the music, puts things on the screen, draws the characters. So I was working with a programmer on Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis. And he was working on another machine. And every day it was, a phone call for a while and talking through the bugs and giving them hints. And one of the challenges, for example, is that the IBM stores data in one order. So if you have 4 bytes, 1, 2, 3, 4, but on the 68,000, it stores data as 4, 3, 2, 1. I think that's right. I may have it wrong, but it stores, the term is endian, not Indian, endian, E-N-D-I-A-N. And it refers to the way data is stored inside a computer. And PC is one endian. I think one of them is called little endian and one of them is called big endian based on the order in which the data is. So what it meant is that data that I've got over here of the game is correct, but it's in the wrong format for your processor. So when you write your game, when you write your interpreter for the Amiga or the ST, when you read this and you're going to stick this value into your register or whatever, you need to flip it to make that data right for your computer. So a lot of the work to go to another machine, if it had a different endianness, was making sure your data was right. And then over time, I actually wrote wrappers that in my code, that because they'd always start from my code to write their code. So I wrote my wrappers to wrap the data so that that was done automatically for them. So if I knew some piece of data was in one format, I had a macro that if you weren't on this endian format, it would change the data over. So we went I remember going for at least a week, and every day, we were fixing some bug. And then he called, and it was like, all right, I'm in the middle of the plaza by the church, and I'm trying to open, I've gone into the library, and I'm trying to figure out how to open the doorway under the church, or something like that. Holy Toledo. He had now once he got that interpreted data, the game just fell over. It fell over in a positive way. It's like once he had these little bugs worked out, very often, Ron or I, or there were only 1 or 2 of us working on the interpreter. So that was a task one programmer could oftentimes do. But there might be 30 people working on the game data, writing the scripts, doing the music, doing the artwork, all that stuff took dozens and dozens of people. So oftentimes I felt like my role in the cross-platform, running cross-platform was like a magnifying glass where I could take that full spectrum of work. Now maybe this analogy doesn't work, but I could take that full spectrum of work and magnify it out to a much larger audience. This team of 30 built the game for the PC. I don't need a team of 30 to build the game for the Mac. I just need the one person to build for the game of the Mac, and he can now leverage 30 people's work. And that was sort of the joy of doing it, was once they hit the certain point, everything could just, everything came along. You could trust the data. Now, oftentimes, once we got that working, we might pull out the music data and replace it with music data for that specific machine. But in general, it was great because as a programmer, knowing what you can trust is really important. Now, I've worked with people that would start pulling strings at both sides, and they would spend months chasing bugs that, because they were trying to change the data and the program, they would try to fix it on both sides and didn't realize that there are going to be ripple effects across the entire game. So let me go ahead and ask me the question again, and let me see if I can remember the other story.
Well, the question was, what was the most difficult port you've worked on?
Oh, that's the other story. Thank you. I wouldn't. Okay, so here's another story, but I'll tell you how I approached it differently. Zach McCracken, very, very early game, and I was responsible for the Amiga version on it. Now, what was challenging is the product was developed by David Fox and Matt Kane. Matt Kane is a musician and a sound effects person. So up until that point, we might do a game with 50 sounds in it, 75 sounds in it. Matt, every time he'd turn around, he would come up with a new sound and add it to the game because, the sounds were pretty small. So if something sounded really cool, he could, tweak a few parameters on the Commodore 64. Oh, look, that sounds like this. And then mentally go, where can I use that? He'd think across, while he was developing the game, he'd go, hey, I can add this sound here. Zach is very dense in terms of sounds. There are sounds all over the place. So I've got a developer, and he's doing the Amiga version of Zach McCracken. And I get this phone call. And like I said, I know there are hundreds of sound effects. I get this phone call, and we're chatting away, and, how's it going, and this and that, and the other thing. And he had spent that morning, and he went out shopping, and he bought some water balloons, and then he came back, and he set all these microphones in his bathtub, and he filled his bathtub with water, and he'd got the microphones in right, and then he filled the water balloons, and he was like dropping the water balloons into the bathtub, trying to get one specific sound. And it might have been like, I want the sound of an egg exploding in a microwave. I'll do this and see if that sounds like it. So I'm the project manager, and mentally, what am I doing? I'm going, okay, I've got this project that I want to have done in whatever it was, 3 months. So I've got 90 days to do this project. It has 300 sound effects at half a day per sound effect. I'm way over schedule and way over budget. This isn't going to work. So what I did was sort of twofold. I flew the developer out, and I literally had him work from my office. So desk right behind me. And I managed the project by Post-it notes, because sort of mentally, every time there was a task, I had an idea how long that would take. Is it a 15-minute task? Is it a 2-hour task? I'd write it on the Post-it note. I'd stick it on this programmer's monitor. And then I would check back in 15 minutes, or I'd check back in 2 hours. And so there was sort of this tendency to go off into other directions rather than focusing on getting the game done. And then I think the other thing that I did was that Skywalker Sound had worked with a company, a sound effects company in LA. And I remember we had this box. It was amazing. It was like 30 or 40 CDs in this one box. And you could say, and it came with this book, and you say, I want footsteps. And it would say, and it wasn't this detail, but it was like, what shoe size do they have? But instead it was like, are they walking on dirt? Okay, they're walking on rocks. They're walking on snow. They're walking on sidewalk. They're wearing leather patent shoes that click when you're walking on a sidewalk. So whatever sounds you want, this library had the sound. So basically what I eliminated was the entire, we have to go be a sound effects engineer and generate every sound. It's like, you now have the sound effects library with 20,000 sounds or 10, whatever it was thousands and thousands of sounds. Just go there, you license it. So whatever we paid for it, we had the license, and you can just put those sounds into the game. Was that the most challenging? It's one that made a good story, I thought. It had
Well,
challenges.
I have another port story for you. About a year ago, someone on Twitter noticed that the FM Towns version of Monkey Island 2
Yeah.
has a whole cliff/fishing pole sequence that was
Right.
completely removed from the game. Now, no one
Yes.
from the original team knew why that was, and eventually it was you who solved the mystery by letting us know that the issue was vertical scrolling in FM Towns. Now, why was vertical scrolling such an issue on such a powerful computer as the FM Towns, and when did you first realize that you needed to remove that scene from the game?
Here's the short answer. I wasn't involved in that version of the game. So the FM Towns was a remarkable opportunity. It was a computer that was 1 to 2 years ahead of the US market. You know, we were busy with 286s and 8086s and floppy disks, and this thing had a CD-ROM on it, and it had a graphics processor on it, and it could do 256 colors. We were still doing our games in 16 colors. So Fujitsu approached us and said, "Hey, we want your games, and we want them enhanced." And I think digital sound effects were added. But what they did is a team member from outside the SCUMM development group was tasked with making and responsible for the Fujitsu towns, and an outside contractor was hired to do it. And so I don't think we even knew, because it was so that outside contractor was given the scripts and the artwork was done, and the frustration that I had was one of an opportunity that was missed. And that is that this could have been the opportunity for us to have upgraded our tools from 16 colors to 256 colors, to upgrade our graphics routines from 16 colors to 256 colors, to start working with digital sound effects, and 2 years ahead of where the market was, so that when CDs came to us, we would have been more ready for them. But since this project and the skill sets were allocated to an external contractor, that the skills of burning CDs and all those skills remained outside the organization. And when the project was done, the contractor no longer worked with the company. So I was curious as well. You know, it made no sense. I think I saw a video or something about it, and it's like, what's this about? And then I went into the scripts, and I forget exactly my answer, whether there was a conditional in the script, like if FM Towns do this. And what it meant was somebody who was hired as an external contractor truly was given the responsibility for that project. And that meant that they'd been given the responsibility to make the decisions as, is this critical or not? And clearly they made the decision that it wasn't. I don't have a recollection of Ron or I or others being, I might have a slight recollection of, I'm stuck here, I'm thinking about punting, and because it was run so externally, our attitude was, yeah, whatever you need to do, go ahead and do it. Because we're not working, you're doing this, you're not involving us. We had our focus on other things. Now, what I have to say is, after those projects were done, we had all that data. And so it's like, whoa, look at this great color data. I started on my own just doing experimenting with, hey, we've got 256 color art. There weren't very many 256 color video cards in the US marketplace, but I had one. So let's try to, let's get this data running on PCs and see what happens. And so I did demos, and I forget, I think it was Indie Last Crusade was the one that I first did. And I went up to management and I basically said, so I had sort of this verbal agreement with management, which was if I could think of a project that could make $1 million, then, explain it to them, or at least if it's something I thought could make $1 million, because there's a point in the company where my time, other people's time isn't valuable enough to go, when I talk about holy grails, well, if it's not taking us forward and it's only taking us sideways, is it really, is it worth our time and effort to go sideways? Well, this was kind of one of where it could take us forward because it could take our base core code now and move us towards 256 colors. But we still had this problem, which was there were so few video cards in the marketplace that supported this. But we had a president at the time, Doug Glenn, and he'd come from marketing, and I think he saw the value of the product, and somebody went out to, I think it was Western Digital. They had a Paradise video card, which was a 256 color video card. And what we did was we just swung a deal. So we had this product that basically cost us nothing. The artwork was done. I just built the product. I don't think we spent more than weeks working on it, and we had a product but no market. So we teamed up with a video card manufacturer, and they, what they did was, in their deluxe version of their product, they included our game. And then the other benefit was they provided us video cards. So they saved us tens of thousands of dollars because we had the relationship. So we now had the video cards that we could begin to use as we moved our development from 16 to 256 color artwork. So it sort of worked out in a, beneficially that way. But I still felt historically like we could have, well, even if we had leapfrogged the industry and had moved to the new capabilities, we still had that barrier we were going to need to solve, which was that the Fujitsu Towns was still 2 years ahead of our marketplace. And what we needed to do was basically go build that market. Same thing was true of CD-ROM, where the early games, like I think Day of the Tentacle, there was still a floppy disk or a disk version of the game and a CD version of the game. And we were just trying to catch that wave of CD-ROMs becoming available in the marketplace. And then the real payoff was Vince Lee, who was another one of my engineers, writing Rebel Assault, which basically, was one of our top sellers, that and Rebel 2.
Now, after Ron Gilbert and Brett Taylor left LucasArts, they were allowed to use the SCUMM engine for their own adventure games at Humongous Entertainment. And every update they made to the engine had to be shared with you guys at LucasArts. But as far as I know, the agreement didn't go both ways. All of the changes you added to the SCUMM at LucasArts stayed in-house. Is that correct?
Well, I'm going to switch. I'm going to move your question around another way. Brad, who I see regularly, we're good longtime friends, is again one of the best engineers I've ever worked with. And my role was primarily focusing on the tools group, building the sound department, helping get the music department. So I was doing a lot of things and the international teams, and Brad was our primary tool developer. So once we had the fundamental tools we started with, and if your audience hasn't already heard it too many times, all of our tools were named after bodily fluids. So we had SCUMM, which was the compiler. Sputum was the interpreter. Spit, I think, was the font editor. Mucus was when you drew a room, you would mark all of the walk boxes and the objects using mucus. No, Mucus built the rooms. Data, it was Phlegm. Phlegm, we would mark all the objects and do the walk boxes. Um, and we had another handful of tools. Some of them came. So we had one called DK, which wasn't a bodily fluid, but it was still kind of in the same ilk. And that let us do color reduction. So I think what DK did is once we began moving to 256 color art, DK let us then still color reduce down so we could say support 32 colors on the Amiga. So you could decay a piece of art, sort of do your own version of Portrait of Dorian Gray. So you'd have this fine-looking 256 color piece of art, and then you'd see the decrepit version on. No, I'm going to be perfectly honest here. I shouldn't put it that way because I think our art was better having started with higher resolution, higher color space art and reduced to 32 colors. There were subtleties because there were partial colors and shading and things like that an artist might not have thought to do that came down when you reduced it. So I think some of our 32 color art was better than if we'd strictly set out to do a 32 color piece of art. So Brad was already the primary, our tasks were, Ron was primarily the compiler guy. I was the interpreter guy. We sort of traded off tools, and then eventually I think Vince Lee did some tools, Mark Hutchinson did some tools, and Brad did some tools. So those guys, they divided. Vince eventually went on to do Rebel Assault, so he went one way. Mark eventually did Rogue Squadron, so he went off another way. And Brad went north with Humongous. So your description is 100% correct. That, and the only time I saw the agreement, actually, something legally occurred at some point, and I don't understand it at all. But at one point, I had to write up a deposition, I think it's what it's called, because at some point, some lawyers started to fight because I think Humongous wanted to release products through EA or something, and it wasn't part of the deal or whatever it was. That was above my pay grade and none of my issue. But some lawyer had made a claim that Humongous wasn't really using the SCUMM system. Well, I took their game files from Putt-Putt, renamed them, and ran them on our interpreter, and 95% of the game ran just fine. So how they managed to do that, I don't know. But it was just some lawyers, I think, thinking they could come up with a defense from whatever it was. But to me, that was just a waste of energy. And we sort of moved into this role where, like I said, Brad is amazing. And he really focused on the animation side and doing far more complex animations. So we had started with Bile as our animation tool, which I wrote parts of, and I think Ron wrote parts of. And that was actually based on an animation tool that Charlie Kellner wrote for the Atari 800. And that might have been the project that Ron and I had the fight over, because in one weekend, we ported that animation tool from the Atari to the Commodore 64, which was completely unheard of. A full tool that had been worked on for over a year, and in one weekend, and a whole bunch of I think I was drinking Dr. Pepper and Ron was probably drinking Diet Coke. We had the thing running on a completely different platform. So our agreement, it may have been one way, but I don't know if we ever received, I don't even know what our agreement was for them to use the system. I think there was this tremendous fear, which always kind of amuses me, that, well, Ron's going to leave and everything's going to go to hell. And that's like saying the architect just finished the building and they constructed it, and then they pulled their trucks out and, oh my God, the building fell down. It's like, no, this was good architecture and it was darn good construction, and we'd been doing it for years, and roles changed. So I took over more of the compiler, but by that point in time, 95% of the compiler was already working, and we were only doing incremental changes to the language. And then basically Brad was always working on another on another way to do animation. So he was always, so we went from Bile to Cyst, or somewhere in there, or no, it was a joke. So the sound department, when we did Monkey 2, created iMuse, which was their musical system, and they got it patented. So their interactive music and sound effects was patented, and we kind of chuckled over that. Oh yeah, you patented, which is great, and it's an amazing accomplishment. But we still caught it. It's like we probably did stuff, but we never focused on patent. I've got a patent that I did for IoT, and that was like months worth of work when I could have been doing other things. But hey, it's kind of fun having a patent. And then you get to wait 2 years while your patent's in this black hole called the patent office, and you don't hear anything. And then suddenly mail starts showing up saying, hey, would you like to have your patent printed on a coffee mug? And you go, that's stupid. Why would I? And then you go, after like 4 or 5, you realize something's actually happened, and you go check and your patent's been approved. But so Brad was always working on another way to do it. We had iMuse. So I think Brad developed You Sweat and You Smell. So still sort of in the bodily fluid category, and I forget what You Sweat did and what You Smell did, but he sort of broke the animation up into 2 parts where you do one part here and then you do the other part there. And then I think that turned into Cyst. Brad, hopefully Brad remembers the stuff. So Brad was always working on what was the next amazing way to compress things, so you could get more data on a disk and reuse parts of animation. And in some ways, I think Humongous, the same way they did voice first, they were sort of pushing some of the animation side further ahead, and they had staff and they had people who were funding them for millions of dollars. And at the time, I was probably still trying to run a skeleton crew before I got it built back up again. And so I was more than happy, but we were still always talking, but I'm not sure what we'd have that we would contribute. I'm sure at any time that if Brad ever said, hey, I need this, or I saw this in one of your games, it would go. And bless their hearts, and that's being said in the nicest way. Like I said, my kids grew up on their games. So I was a huge fan, and I think if you look at our games, even after the split, Brad and Ron were still I still gave them credits for the engine work that they did on their games, and they were very kind because I was still being given credit on many of their games. So let me tell you a funny story. So, at some point you said you were going to mention the enhanced versions. And one of the things I've noticed playing the enhanced versions is sometimes my credit just sort of disappeared. The spot where it's like system built by just kind of disappeared, and all the people that built all the original games, other people have put their names in there. And it's like, I don't let it bug me, but clearly, I'm certainly aware of it.
Well, you're credited on all of the important games. You're credited on all of the SCUMM games, and you're also credited in the remastered versions. You get the same credits you did on the original games.
Well, and one of the things in terms of, because you were asking me about other credits, because I was managing both the cross-platform team and the international team, some of the credits that will appear in later products is because I was managing, so I don't recall any work I did directly, say, on Dark Forces or something like that. But but since my team managed all the international versions of Dark Forces, I would be credited, I would end up with credit on those, or special thanks, or whatever it was, or because my tools group was supporting their work, I would end up in credits on that. But my takeaway, I was pretty ignorant about credits. If you look at the Indiana Jones and the Iron Phoenix comic books, I left my credit at the end, even though it was pretty much, I managed that and did the story for it. A project had been started. One person who'd worked on it left. Another person wasn't working on it, and so they asked me to pick up the pieces. And I wanted to recognize the people, the effort of the people that had worked on it. But traditionally, you put your name first. And I was just kind of naive and And to me, credit is just a bunch of characters up on a screen. But for a lot of people, I don't know if you've ever heard this story. In Star Trek Wrath of Khan, there is an actor who played Khan's son. And he was supposed to be this major character. He was going to be in the opening credits, and then they kind of trimmed down the story, and then he was going to, be in the end credits, and something happened, and he didn't end up in either credit. Well, he made a pretty penny, apparently, because that's a major faux pas in the movie industry to not give people credit. Well, games never had those kind of rules, and so, and because the credits were being done, by the same scripters that were building the games, we just kind of, you were happy when you saw them. And I think that because you could put somebody's name into a game for 20 characters, you might put somebody's name in there. I've always felt, everybody's involved. Everybody's giving suggestions. Everybody, even if, somebody just shows up and helps you out, one night or gives you an idea, we'll recognize it. It's like credit is cheap. We should, you should spread it around as much as you can.
Now that you mentioned the Indiana Jones and the Iron Phoenix, how soon after Fate of Atlantis was released did you start production on Indiana Jones and the Iron Phoenix, and how far into production were you before it was canceled?
Well, like I mentioned, it was started by Joe Pinney and Hal Barwood. I think Joe Pinney was really the lead on it and put together the original document, which had some other name. It was Keys of Solomon, I think. So there was a story concept there and some locales, and then I think Hal was there as sort of the senior design person. So because of Hal's background, both, I think he directed Dragon Slayer, the movie, and his success on Fate of Atlantis, I think his role was to sort of keep an eye on it because this was Joe's first project. And Joe had been a scripter on a couple things. So at some point, Joe left, but there were two people on the project. Anson Jew was an animator, and Bill Stoneham was a background artist. And Bill was pretty amazing. He was, I think, a storyboarder on The Fly. So I think was that Cronenberg. So he actually storyboarded scenes that were too gross that they didn't make it into the movie. Like, there's the scene with the Dunkin' Donuts where Jeff Goldblum does the Fly thing of vomiting into the food to dissolve it before he eats it. Well, there's a scene that was supposed to be in the movie with like a homeless man in a dumpster that when the executives saw it, no, we can't film that. So Bill had amazing chops, and I'm an engineer, not an artist, and I would watch these guys work. I remember watching Mark Ferrari, and he would move the mouse around like it was an airbrush. And, he'd pick a color and then he'd be moving the mouse like this. And then every once in a while he'd tap on it and magic appeared. Suddenly there'd be a bird on the screen or a mountain range with green valleys and things like this. And I could not conceive how just moving a mouse around like that, you could do that. Well, Bill was like that. We had a scene in I think it was a Russian train station, and I'm just watching him one day working, and he's just doing the same thing, and snow is packed up against the railroad ties, and the station looks like something out of Victorian England, and it's just like these guys are awesome. Now, we had a little bit of a conflict because I think Anson was a big fan of, I think it was the Batman TV, not the live action, but the animated version. And so we ended up with sort of two conflicting styles with Bill doing very, I'm going to use the term photorealistic, or striving to be photorealistic backgrounds, and Anson doing these characters that I didn't feel always fit in. So that was a struggle that I think existed when I was asked to take it over. And I don't know if we ever completely answered that. I think we moved to somewhere in between. So there were still aspects of the characters that looked more animated, and I actually had a goal of moving this into a full live actor blue screen captured scene, because I looked at this and it's like, hey, I've got this animation and I've got Indy and he's probably, this pillar has fallen down and he needs to break this wall through this wall downstairs so he can roll this part of a column down the stairs and it can bust through the wall. So there's a puzzle for you. If you ever play the game, which doesn't exist, is, the way to break through the wall downstairs is you go upstairs to the top of the stairs and you roll a broken column down the stairs. So, but man, if I could have a live actor, I could shoot that in 20 minutes with, put the guy in a costume and get a blue screen and he's just doing a close-up like this of prying, and then we can go to a little bit of CG of rolling the pillar down the stairs, and man, this is going to look great. And we actually did some blue screen captures to just try it. We did some tests, and I wish I had copies of them. We went out and we cast a young guy to play Indy, and I think we used blue screens at one of the ILM stages. So Joe and Hal had started this and had done a treatment of it. And in the 15 years I was with LucasArts, there were 7 presidents. And Jack Sorensen was the last president, and he was a financial guy. And so he tended to look at everything from dollars and cents. It's like, well, we'd like to build this tool. Well, it's like, well, don't you already have a lot of tools? It's like, well, we need a tool to do this, but that's going to cost money. Yeah, we still need a tool to do this. And so, but you told me you've already got a lot of other tools. It's so, a little, I think from the financial side, he didn't always, see or understand the game development process. And a company had approached us from Canada, and Canada has, and I could have this completely wrong. Canada has, in certain places, and we were working with this company, was from Quebec, where because they could work with us and develop new skills that would then allow them to build new types of games, they could write a significant portion of the development costs off and treat it as a finance, it was all finance stuff. So they'd written an ice hockey game. So that was their background. They'd never done an adventure game. They'd never done a story game. They did guys skating around on ice, and they did a single animation on an Amiga that I don't know if I ever met the artist that did it, but they did this animation of this thing that spiraled around. It's like, okay, that's an animation. And basically I was told, this is the team that's going to build your game. It's like, oh, okay. So primarily, I've been focusing on the design document and getting the story, really working on polishing the story. And the general concept is, Indiana Jones, but this is post World War II. So if you look at the early Indies, Indy kind of looks at the Nazis like Boy Scouts gone bad. He almost finds them humorous in their clumsiness and their fascism, but they hadn't done anything wrong yet. They hadn't murdered millions of Jews. They hadn't overridden France and with the Blitzkrieg. So all that was sort of, most of the indie stories are pre-World War II. And I wanted to do one that showed a different kind of indie, one that had seen this, because Indy would have been the person that was in France during the Blitzkrieg trying to rescue historical items to get them out of the country before the Germans come rolling in, and and either steal them and take them back for Hitler's collection, or don't see the value of them and destroy them and drop bombs in this lovely museum. And so it's like, all right, so I've got this story and I wanted to do it post World War II. And it's like, what's the conflict? And there was one that looked very, very obvious, which was we had dropped the bomb and everybody thought it was a secret. And so that's why I think they went after the Rosenbergs, because, oh my God, they told the people the secret. You know, science doesn't work that way. Once you know it can be done, that's 90% of the secret, knowing that you can do something. If I came up to Elon Musk and said, hey, I just found a way to develop a battery using XYZ, and it's got this weight and this, and it can hold this charge and you can charge it in 5 minutes. And here's a demo. You want to see the videos of my battery working? Half of solving the problem is knowing that the problem can be solved. And now you just have to, okay, what did they do? Maybe we can, get a little bit of information, or we can look at the video, or, we know there's an atomic bomb now. So anyway, there was this amazing period of time where the US had the bomb, but we went home. Yes, we still kept forces in Berlin and things like that, but the war was over, and I'm not even sure what they were doing at Los Alamos. Were they building more bombs? They probably built a few, but those scientists wanted to go home after the war as well. And when you look at the size of the Manhattan Project, it was huge. Well, those people wanted to go back and return to the suburbs as well. So there's this interesting window between when we had the bomb and before the Russians developed the bomb. And that window wasn't entirely a window for the Russians. It was a window for the neo-Nazis as well, because they had lost the war, but what if they could win the war? What if even though Hitler was dead, you could basically, if they could have blown up Washington, D.C. and London and Moscow with some sort of nuclear equivalent, everything would have changed. So the idea was the using the the Philosopher's Stone, which I love all the MacGuffins, because you can go back in history and there's Albertus Magnus, and he had a student, and Sir Thomas Aquinas, and he developed this thing, and Sir Thomas Aquinas said, Magnus, this is a horrible thing that you've created. You need to, you've created this horrible thing. We need to destroy it. Well, you can't destroy science and you can't destroy other things. So the best thing you can do is you can split it up. And historically, if you look at it, what's lovely about this MacGuffin is it was believed to be the Philosopher's Stone was I can turn lead into gold. But Albertus Magnus, I think, was also thought to have created the golem, which is basically I took clay and I made a man. And that ties into, what if the Chinese terracotta army was actually a real army? And that ties into, it ties into a number of other mythos about Frankenstein and other things about having these things. So what if you had this thing that could animate the dead or animate other things? And what if you had this thing that could refine? And what if you had this thing that could also create everlasting life? And it was horrible. And so back in the 12th century, 14th century, wherever, I forget what the era was, it got split into 3 parts and then sent to different churches to basically be kept safe. And one of them is a church in Ireland, and one of them is a church, I think it was in Russia. It may have even been Kiev. I'd have to look at the story. And one was sent to a Tibetan monastery. And the Irish chapel gets the one that can basically bring things and animate it. And they keep it down in the basement. But this young abbot in training, whatever, is in this relationship with a woman, but he decides to join the church. And he accidentally tells her, I have this mission. I have to keep this thing safe. It's like, what are you talking about? And he shows this to her. And she goes, it's a stupid bowl. you've left me for this stupid bull. And she does something violent and she ends up killing him accidentally. I don't know if she threw it at him or whatever, and he trips and falls. And she suddenly has this bowl, and it's like, what do I do? So she starts a fire to hide this crime, but she has the bowl that she takes with her. So this is the thing that can animate life. And so she sort of forms this druidic cult that starts controlling the local town by, animating trees, then killing people and weird shit like that. So that's one piece. And so that part of the game is all natural puzzles. It's like, I need to get this thing that's shiny from a crow. And so, or there are people in a building and I need to get them out. So I go and get the hornet's nest and drop it in the chimney. So all those puzzles are sort of nature puzzles. And then you go to the former Soviet Union, and all of those puzzles are bureaucracy puzzles. It's like there are 3 lines, I get in the line, and now the other 2 lines are moving and mine isn't, and I need to get this stamped and things like that. And then the main foil for Indy is a woman, oh gosh, what's her name? She's sort of a Sophia Hapgood, but she was a Russian sniper. She's got serious chops, but she is captured by the Germans and then basically ends up under sort of a Mendele type character who's been experimenting on POWs. And so she's got her, this Mendele character basically escapes to South America because that's where Nazis went after the war. And she's got her personal vendetta, which she wants revenge on him. The Russians have got the remains of Hitler because, he was burned to ash. And so now they want this thing because they know the neo-Nazis want it. The neo-Nazis want it because they can bring Hitler back. And they can also use it to refine things. So you can refine pitchblende, which has a low level of radioactivity. So if you could refine pitchblende and turn it into something that you could be the equivalent or even more powerful than plutonium, you've got the bomb. And then the third part ends up in Tibet. And that part for me was fun because Indy arrives there and it's all shrouded in fog. And he meets one person who offers him some tea and he drinks the tea and the fog clears and you can see this temple. And the backstory for that is that part is the piece of everlasting life. And if you look at Tibetan lore and the Circle of Ouroboros, everlasting life is actually a curse. It is hell on earth because you keep reincarnating as yourself. That's a horrible life. But this one person was basically, he was charged with maintaining the monastery and protecting this thing because the lore is someday somebody's going to arrive here and he needs to prove that he's worthy of it. And I came up with some name, I forget what it was, but his goal is to sort of reconnect the Circle of Ouroboros, the snake that's eating its tail. And that if he can prove that, then he's allowed to have this piece and leave. But at the end of the story, when Indy finally gets the piece, what you realize is the whole temple that Indy was in was actually an illusion from having drunk the tea. So the tea has, whatever it was, the tea convinced him that he went through all of these puzzles, but the location doesn't exist. So all those puzzles were really in his head. So now Indy's got all the pieces. He's got he's got his Russian foil who's also looking for these things because the Nazis are looking for him. And of course, Indy wants to put these things in a museum. And Natasha, I forget, no, it wouldn't have been Natasha. She wants to use them as bait to get the Mendele character. And they end up on the ship filled with war material, which is all going to South America because the Nazis are collecting the stuff. And I'm struggling with the story because they both have these completely different desires. I want to do this, you want to do this. And there's actually this wonderful scene where the pieces, Indy's been helping find the things, the Nazis get them. Natasha, whatever her name is basically told to take him out. And what she does is, and her henchmen are down with her Russian henchmen with her, and she she aims her gun at him, but then fires a couple shots, intentionally missing him, and basically says, now do us all a favor, stay dead. Well, the next time they meet, Indy to sneak onto the ship, she's disguised herself as a widow, and she's taking her husband's body to South America. Indy opens up this casket, finds all this radio equipment. He tosses it out, climbs inside the casket, only to hear it latch, and he can't get out. So the next time they meet, they're on board. And he's got the scene where it's like, hey, you told me to, to stay dead. What do you think I was doing? Anyway, now, how do I get them to work together? Well, I sink the ship. So Indy finds a way to ignite the war material. The ship is sinking. She's taken away. He gets there. And now they need to prevent Hitler from being resurrected by the neo-Nazis that will give them Hitler, the bomb, and everlasting life for Hitler, which sure seems like it would be a nasty thing to have. Now, serious problems with this would be selling that type of product into Germany, where we even had to go through all the indie games and remove swastikas and replace them with iron crosses. So I'm most of the way through this project, and somebody comes in, and I've written it up in a 1-paragraph synopsis, a 3-page synopsis, and a 90-page story treatment. And this person had never bothered to read any of these. And suddenly it's like, you can't do that. So that was one of the other nails in that particular coffin, was trying to figure out how to do this, because the key concept was really, there's a yin, there's a yang, and Hitler was never properly punished for his crimes against humanity. And so God has placed the Philosopher's Stone on our planet in order to exact the revenge to punish Hitler for what he had done. And so, all right, I'm going to have to work on that story a little bit. But as it turned out, the Canadian crew, we could never get the level of work that we wanted. So once that became clear, and I'd spent a number of weeks up in Quebec, and Bill came with me a number of times, and we came back and said, we could build something, but it's not going to be the quality that this needs to be. As hard as we push, is everything we wanted, and it was just not up to the standards. And so at the same time, I forget which product it was. I think it was the Dig. So the Dig had gone through 3 iterations. So the Dig was the story concept from Steven Spielberg. He wanted to use it for amazing stories, but it was too much. A cross between Treasure of the Sierra Madre and Forbidden Planet. You go to this alien world, you find this amazing technology, and then people get greedy over it. So it had been started by Brian
by Noah
Moriarty,
Falstein, and then
was it started
Brian
by? Well, I forget the order. So it was done
Noah
by one.
Falstein was the first one. I talked to him about it. Brian
Okay.
Moriarty was the second one. Then there was Dave Grossman for a while. And then Sean Clark was the one who actually shipped the game.
Boy, you make it sound like it was a huge mess. Well, it was. And one thing that I had issues with was every time somebody new would take over the project, they would throw out everything that had been done up to that point. So it must have been, Noah's version was this very organic world with, 6-legged wildlife and jungles. And then that got thrown out, and it suddenly became this very sparse world under Brian. And then we had this process where we would do this thing, we called it a pizza orgy. And what it was one night when a game got to a certain point, we would order pizza for everybody and invite everybody in. So testers, developers, salespeople, everybody in the organization to come out and get a chance to get first hands on the game. And this was also sort of steering, so we could provide feedback to the development team about, oh, we think it needs this, and this would be great. Hey, you could do this. And early enough so that everybody was involved. Everybody experienced ownership of, hey, this is something that we're all doing together. And early enough so that the team could take that feedback and apply it. And all I remember was Brian, I think, had already accepted a position over Rocket Science and wasn't even at the pizza orgy. So that was sort of spelled the doom of that version. Now I have to say, and I didn't remember, you mentioned somebody else in between.
Yeah, Dave Grossman. Dave Grossman worked with Noah Falstein at the beginning. They worked together for a short amount of time. And then he was also the third project leader on that project. Again,
so
for a short amount of time.
And that was Sean and Mike Stemley, I think, finally pulled it together. And the first thing that they did was, we're not going to so the first version, I think, was built in SCUMM. The second version, Brian built a new game engine to do it. The third version was, we're going to take it back to SCUMM, and we're going to start by looking at everything we have, all the work that Brian had done, and try to leverage all the animation and all the artwork. We're going to try to do this in a way that makes sense and get this thing, get the product finished. So that also tied in, because right around that point that they took over that project, and as you pointed out, it had gone through 4 iterations. We were struggling, trying to figure out a way to make Iron Phoenix work. And I think Mike Stemley was the person who actually came up with the idea for the name, because we'd always been like Keys of Solomon or something like that. And I was sitting with him in his office and talking about it, and it's like, yeah, rising from the ashes and Nazis and things like that. And I think he said, well, how about Iron Phoenix? And it was like, oh, that's beautiful. I love it. Because just 2 words say everything. Iron represents the Nazis, and Phoenix represents, they're coming back, and it fits so perfectly with the story. So that's a perfect example of how, you just, when you heard a good idea, you didn't balk because it wasn't your idea. You just said, oh, yep, let's do that.
Now, The Curse of Monkey Island marked the end of an era at LucasArts, being the last SCUMM game released by LucasArts. Now, when you started working on the changes to the SCUMM engine for Curse of Monkey Island, did you know that it would be the last SCUMM game?
I don't think so. SCUMM was, interesting because, it had been used for so many years. It was used for whatever it was, a dozen or more products for us across all these platforms. We had a long history of it. It was successful up at Humongous, so we knew, and they built whatever it was, 30, 40 products based on that. There was always this, well, it's limiting. I can't do something I want to do with it. And that kind of goes back to, remember that story I told you about the sunset, where, oh, it can't do the math fast enough to do the sunset. Well, it could. You just had to find it, you had to think about how to do your math sunset a little bit differently. And so there was always sort of a sense of, I want to do these amazing things, but some people really struggled against the walls of the SCUMM sandbox, whatever that was. And they felt that, it's limited. You can only do these kinds of things. It's like, what? But history kind of showed Humongous did 3D, backyard baseball with it. I don't know if you get a chance, take a look for. Brad may have mentioned it. It's not
Moonbase Commander.
Moonbase Commander. Thank you. And it's like, that's a full strategy game built in. Wait for it, SCUMM. So, was there writing on the wall? No, there was always evolution. It was always evolving. And so one of the things that I can say is, like, Full Throttle was an interesting product because there was SCUMM and there was Insane. And Insane was the engine that Vince Lee wrote for Rebel Assault. Now, Vince worked for me, and so a funny story. I came into work one day, and Vince was all excited. And it's like, oh, what's going on? It's like, I've got a project. It's like, oh, that's interesting. You work for me. And I'm going, you work for me. How come I don't know about this? And eventually I'm, talked to him and drawing it out. And he'd had dinner with Kelly Flock. And I love Kelly. Kelly's kind of an anarchist, but he's a reasonable anarchist. So, I after I'd had the conversation with Vince, I went into Kelly's office and I closed the door behind me. And I said, Kelly, we need to talk. And it's like, well, talk about what? And I said, well, I come in today and Vince is all excited about building this CD-ROM product. And he's going, oh, that's interesting. I said, yeah, he seems to have gotten the impression that you've offered him a project lead role on this. Oh, I never did that. I said, well, did you take him to dinner? Yes. Did you talk about this project? Yes. Did you talk about what his role might be on the project? And said, yeah, we kind of did that. I said, well, I think the project is great, but do me a favor, just tell me first next time. So I'm, it's like, I just want to know when you're going to pull somebody from my team, that I've been, working and training and has roles and responsibilities. I just want to know that I'm going to replace them, and completely supported. And Vince is an amazing guy and, a truly amazing engineer, and best thing that came along for the company and for Vince. And, but now I'm going to go back to Full Throttle. So Full Throttle we're going to build it on SCUMM, and then we're going to add Insane basically as a video player first. So like the opening scene. So this was the first time there was really a dedicated system just to do the video. And so literally, when that would happen, SCUMM would, for the most part, shut down. Insane would wake up. You'd run the video scene. You'd get to the end of it. Insane would shut down. SCUMM would come back up. Now, Vince was originally hired, I think, to do Amiga work. And to do like ports to the Amiga and under my supervision. And so one of the key things was, we had built this approach to doing cross-platform. You isolate all these parts. You isolate out the sound engine. You isolate the memory manager, the keyboard, the controllers, the graphics side, and then everything else you try to make machine independent. And so that was the way that, the person could start up a game and a few days later, or start working on it. A few days later, they'd write the graphics routine and they'd put in a rudimentary, controller and a timer. You needed a timer too. And then suddenly the game would work. Well, when Vince built Insane for Rebel Assault, he took that up to the next level and did an even better job than what we'd had for SCUMM in the first place. But the problem was, a lot of our code was completely different, but did the same thing. He had a cursor routine, I had a cursor routine. He had a memory manager, I had a memory manager. He had a font system, I had a font system. So Vince and I went through, so for Full Throttle, the two systems basically, it was, not a match made in heaven. It was just two systems that had been glued together. It's like some Frankensteinian creation. And for Curse, it was like, we're going to do this right. And I liked Vince's code better than mine. So what I ended up doing is, where I found duplicates, I ripped out mine and embraced his. And so it's like, okay, his memory manager does this. I built, actually, I don't know if the memory manager, if you'll look at our games, our cursor flickers in most of our earlier games, but Curse, it doesn't flicker because Vince had fixed the cursor code, stuff like that. And so by the time we got to Curse, the two systems were basically fully integrated with one another. And it kind of went both ways, because you talked about the relationship with Humongous, what went where. Well, because I was running international, for example, I did a Korean version of the Dig. Well, because it was now built on Vince's code, now Vince had Korean support in the Insane engine as well. So that was where, yes, we were putting eggs into fewer baskets, but like I said, I was always happy to leverage, other people's, works and systems that I knew how good they were, and we were making a commitment to them. Let's just go all the way.
Now, since today is May 4th, also known as Star Wars Day, it's only right that we also talk about Star Wars games you're credited on.
All right.
You're credited on Rebel Assault for the Mac and for the Sega CD as programming assistant. Which programming assistance did you provide?
I may get this wrong, but Sega CD was interesting. It had the CD, it could do the graphics. The biggest challenge, one of the big challenges that I think I was involved in was, might have been font. I don't know if I did that or if Vince did that, but the problem that we had was Japanese fonts have thousands of characters, and we didn't have enough memory to be able to do all the characters. So one of us wrote the system, and what it was, as the games were translated, it would simply say, this is the first character that I find. This is my font. I will look up that character in that font. I'm going to put it into slot 0 of my font, and then anybody else who ever needs that character now will use this one. Now, the second character I find is this one. So we built a new font of only the characters that were used in the game. And that was the way we reduced the memory footprint needed for all the characters, because the game only had a limited number, which was a small fraction of the total Japanese font for the product. Now, one of the things I remember was, one day we had a crew from Japan, and I remember showing them the work in progress, because it might have been, we were doing some of the work on PCs while some of the Sega work was also being done. So, we would leverage one side and get it working. And I remember showing this to a group of 3 or 4 people who'd flown over from Japan, and they were very, very polite, and I was showing them the game playing in Japanese, and they were nodding up and down, and you seemed very pleased with my work. Afterwards, I was discussing this with Vince or somebody else, and it was like, oh no, we just changed the character set. The character set is a completely different character set. So they were seeing Japanese characters, but everything that they saw on the screen was complete garbage. It made no sense whatsoever. And they were very polite, and they were nodding up and down with everything I was showing them. So I had no idea that it was completely jacked. So, Vince, like I said, was, all the people were very generous. So oftentimes the credits I received, and even working with Brad, one of the things that amazes me is, like I said, how good these engineers were. And they still to this day seem to think I might have been a better engineer than they are. And that's never been the case. I have never been afraid of hiring people that are better than I am. But since I got there first, their first impression was how knowledgeable I was and all the stuff that I taught them. Because my approach was always, I would bring people in and I would flood them with information, way more information than I knew that they needed. But the key thing is I wanted to communicate the breadth of go back to that breadth word, how much stuff I wanted to give them the big picture as quickly as possible. Not that I expected them to understand it, but then, hey, when you come back to some part of that big picture and you need information, come see me and we can deep dive into that and I can get you that information. So all the new engineers I brought in had the sense that, oh, Aric knows all this stuff. And then when we deep dive in, oh, he knows that stuff too. Wow, it's like these guys were awesome engineers. I was so fortunate to work with all of them. So when you say, what did Aric get the credit for? It may have even been as simple as we sat down for a lunch one day and came up with an idea how to do the Japanese font. I don't know.
Well, it's good enough. You got your credit. And you even got
Exactly.
You got special thanks on Rebel Assault 2 and on Dark Forces and on Shadows of the Empire.
You know what it may have also been? It's like maybe I managed the translation sent out to Japan or processed something.
Maybe you brought them coffee.
I don't remember them drinking coffee. I drank, cola and such. But yeah, but these were, wonderful people to work with. And we, like I said, Brad and I haven't worked together directly since, he moved up to Humongous, but after Humongous, he moved down to Napa. And so every 3-4 months we get together. He and I went to the Game Developers Conference and met up with Jonathan Ackley and Laura, who worked over in Learning, and Laura's husband. And we had a lovely dinner together. So, and we traded off stories.
Like in 2023?
Yeah, just a couple of months ago.
Okay.
So it was hey, Jonathan.
Did he tell you that I had a conversation with him?
I don't know if he did. He did tell me that he stole one of the stories I told him and put it in his book. He seemed like rather sheepish to tell me the story, but apparently, so Jonathan wrote a book about Russian, sort of like Russian intelligence agencies and things like that. And there's tie-in with game development. And there's a story in there about an engineer who hires somebody else to do their work. And it's based on a true story that apparently I told Jonathan, and now it's in his book.
Well, I was talking about Brad. I'm trying to get Jonathan for a conversation, but I was talking about having a conversation with Brad a while ago.
Oh, with Brad. Oh, I'm sorry.
Anyway, before we conclude our conversation, I have a few questions from our viewers.
All right.
AT Machine asks, do you remember any controversy over the attempt to create a new game engine known as Landru or StoryDroid for early versions of the Dig?
To me, controversy, we'd already worked with Brian doing Loom, and we already knew that he marched to a different drummer than Ron and I did, and getting upset about it or whatever, it wasn't always the way we think we should do it. But one of the things that I learned managing people is that if you spend all your time telling people how to do things and they don't like it, they can find 1,000 ways to fail, and that it's your fault because you told them how to do it, even if they didn't implement it the way you expected them to. So oftentimes, if I see something doing something a different way than I would recommend, I'll let them know, but then I leave it up to them because oftentimes it's now they have the incentive to solve the problem. So, Brian, I know, wanted to go, okay, well, let's see, Landru, wasn't that Ed Killam's system that they used in like Battle of Britain or something? Ed Killam, who'd worked with us, built an engine that eventually got integrated into like X-Wing and TIE Fighter. And so that might be where Landru came from, but it's been a long time. I think StoryDroid, it was what Brian called his system. Everybody for years, everybody wants to build their own system. God bless them. Good luck with that. And it's easy to look at something and underestimate it. I think one time after Hal built Indie Atlantis, I remember being at a meeting and he described using SCUMM as trying to push an elephant with a pencil eraser. And it was like, well, I don't know, you just finished building an award-winning product as your very first product in the games industry ever, and you didn't like the tools, that we used. And this is no dig on Hal, but it was like, I think that actually that speaks of what an amazingly capable system it was, that you were able to build an award-winning product and a top-notch, top-tier product using a system like this. And that's no taking away from everything, the storytelling and all the other things that HAL's so amazing at. So we took our lumps, and we took our lumps from the 3D guys, and we took our lumps from people building other systems. And I'll tell you, I would have loved to have had a chance to have built Grimm or done a demo of Grimm using SCUMM, because we had, I don't know, at least 6, maybe 8 character animation systems inside SCUMM. And I mentioned how we had the Z clipping planes where, so we had drawing systems that could just draw a character. We had a drawing system that could scale the character down. We had a drawing system that could clip behind a plane. We had a drawing, and one of the things is all of that code was written in C and portable. And so when somebody went to another machine, all they had to do is turn off the assembly code. But because that was slow processing that, we would usually rewrite that code just to each machine to make things run as fast as they did. So to me, we already had walk boxes and we already had background animations and things like that. Would have writing a 3D character drawing system have been that hard? And I'm not sure the answer is yes, but I'm also not sure I would have been the right person to do it. And as it turned out, Brett, I'm sorry, it took me a minute I was going Brad, no, it was Brett Mogilevsky, who he had worked for me as well. So he came up through the test organization. His nickname was Egg, I think because he was the new person at one point. And, I'd brought a couple of other people up through test because that's sort of the game industry mailroom. It's like somebody would get a job in other industries and you start in the mailroom and people get to know you. We had when Rod and I were working near ILM, we had there was a woman who came around, actually, she was our same age as we were. And we were working at nights and she would come by and she worked in the cleaning staff and she'd empty our trash cans. But because we were there, we would sit down with her and we would chat for a while until, she'd worried that she was going to get too late. She was at ILM doing the same job and somebody said, "Hey, do you know how to do this?" And she's now credited in probably as many movies as I'm credited in games because she was just a really good person that came up through the cleaning staff. And a lot of people there probably don't know that. So I won't name names. So we brought a lot of people in. And SCUMM may or may not have been the right place to build, on top of the system. But one of the things as well is that, I think we really did try to help people out because there was, the 3D system got used for one of the Lucas Learning games. Vince built Jar Jar's Adventure, I think, for the learning group. Something in the Riddles of the Medallion used the Rebel Assault engine in the learning group. Mortimer, thank you. So, nobody ever came to us and said, "Hey, we want to use the SCUMM system for a game." I was kind of like, I would be disappointed that they wouldn't give it a try first, but I was never going to go toe to toe and have a battle with somebody. I would more often just look and go, did it really, did all that effort to spend a year building a system, did it distinguish itself from what we actually had? And a lot of times I didn't feel that the games were distinct enough to have been worthy of all that effort.
Eugene Sandelenko asks, what is your take on SCUMM VM as a project, and which features would you like to see implemented in it?
First off, I'm amazed because it's an amazing, it's like, I'm amazed in a lot of ways. First, I consider myself so fortunate that people loved what we did so much that they've wanted to bring it to other machines. They wanted to keep the system alive. Now, the funny thing is it's called SCUMM VM, but it probably should be Sputum VM because it's, for the most part, it's the interpreter. At some point, I'd love to create a GitHub of all the tools across all the generations. I keep as much of the source code on my main laptop right now, and I can see all the versions. I just haven't gotten around to probably getting together with Brad and creating a GitHub repo or depot and start building it. What I'd want to do, of course, would be to make sure that we can preserve the original code as much as possible, and then try to see if we can actually rebuild the various ones. But again, SCUMM VM was like trying to figure, I don't know how you even start looking at a system and then try to take it apart. But I also know our code got out every once in a while because we worked with outside companies and outside individuals where source code was released. And I think I've seen, I never went to look myself because this is, these people in many ways I view as they're honoring the work that we did. So why should I go try to find out, who released, this version of this thing? Because I like to think, I'm so fortunate and, with the people that I did work with on various versions that I wouldn't want to think less of anybody. And the end result is the products have new life, which is phenomenal. So I've never really gone in enough to look at the credits. I've used other interpreters, for example. I've used the Atari 800 emulators to replay my, the old Atari 800 games. In some ways, sadly, I haven't played our games as much. It's funny thing is I'll watch so many of the walkthroughs. For me, it's kind of fun. It's like, and I'll tell you a funny story. It's like, since I built the engine, sometimes the stories kind of got ruined for me. And I'm not saying ruined in a bad way, but I would be helping out somebody working on a puzzle. So an example of that, there's a puzzle in one of the indies, probably Last Crusade, where I think there's like a plug in the ceiling and Indy has to use his whip and grab the plug and pull the plug and the water flows down. And so every time I would play the game, what would I do is I'd get my whip and I'd pull the plug and release the water. And I remember getting to some point in the game going, wait, there's this puzzle. I've never gotten the clue for the puzzle. How are people supposed to figure out that puzzle? And I'd forgotten, had never realized there's this other room on the other side of the water plug where you get the clue to this puzzle. Because I already knew what the other puzzle was, I'd solve the puzzle, never go into the room, and never see the solution to some other puzzle I was going to run into later in the game because I already knew. It's like, hey, I'd worked to help this guy out on this cool animation. Let's go, I'd walk in there and let's go watch the animation and not think about having the fact that I ruined this puzzle for myself. What changes to SCUMM VM? I don't know if I've ever...
New features, not changes.
I think of features as changes. I'm just very pleased to see that it's continued, in the forums. And I know, they brought in, other games into it. I'm always amazed about how many other, games are running on it. So I wouldn't want to step in and tell them how to do anything. I think they're doing a great job.
They'll be pleased to hear that. And one last question for me. Do you have more design documents you plan to release soon? And when do you plan to release the SCUMM source code you were talking about?
Oh, okay. So let's talk about the game design documents. So I don't remember when I started. I had all the documents in my garage. They fill up 3 shopping bags. And so I just went through, I talked amongst my friends, and coworkers, and I remember even one of my coworkers, Bucky, said, oh, wait, there's a game design doc that I did. I've never had it. And I just remember how excited he was. It's like, oh, yeah, I think it was Gumshoe Detective or something like that. And he was so pleased that there was still a record of that. And at some point, they need to go into a museum. So I started scanning those. I had a website. And then here's part of the story was one year I forgot to renew my website. And some company came in and they bought it out from underneath me. And now they want to sell me my website for $5,000 for my name. My name, they want me to pay them $5,000 to get my name back. So at some point I'm going to have to decide, do I go to ICANN, which manages names, and basically say, these guys came in, they stole my website, they have no claim to my name, but if you read the ICANN documents, because there's so many people with common names, like a name like Jones, they actually, surnames are sort of in their exclusion area where you can't fight somebody over a surname. Well, there are only a couple dozen people on the planet with my last name, and a good portion of them are my kids. And so I do sort of feel like my last name on a website should belong to me. But I've been working with the Lucas companies for archival, and they've been looking through the documents, designs, and so some of them will likely appear either in book form or in products that will be celebrating some of the anniversaries of the company, both Lucasfilm and LucasArts. And I'll tell you honestly, I need to find another tool for doing websites. So I need to first get my website back, get my rights back, and then I've been using a tool that's no longer supported. So it's the frustration of having to go back and relearn a tool. And I've tried using a couple, and they just don't make a lot of sense to me. The way a lot of the web tools are designed. I used to be able to whip things up so quickly, but I need to find a place. GitHub maybe that I'll just abandon my own website and just create a GitHub. I also want to do it in cooperation with the Lucas companies, because I really, if you followed any of the DeSantis stuff going on in Florida with the lawsuits, I really don't want to have any nasty encounters with any Disney lawyers. So I'd like to at least get something in writing saying, yep, this is okay, getting these documents out there.
Well, before we part ways, I want you to show me all of the LucasArts merchandise you have over there.
Games, you guys have seen the game boxes. So, here's one. No, I'm going to show you some other interesting things. And have you ever heard of George Lucas Super Live Adventure?
No, what's that?
You'd have to look up the date, but at one point, and this was before the Indiana Jones ride, they did a live action show with Indy and Star Wars characters and C-3PO and Chewbacca in it. And I've got a t-shirt for it. I don't know why. So I'm going through the t-shirt box.
Okay.
Day of the Tentacle.
Oh man, this is worth like thousands of dollars on eBay.
I don't think so. Okay, maybe so.
I'm sure.
But I'll tell you a story. On Facebook, I really limit my friends to people I've worked with, people I went to school with, people I know personally. And I've invited some other people in, and I've showed some things, and suddenly I got messages. It's like, oh, could I have this? Could I have that? And this other thing. And I feel honestly very bad, because these are mementos from my career, and they mean quite a bit to me. And so dollar value, it's less significant. All right. So,
yeah, I'm with you on this one. I agree. My copy of Luby is also worth thousands of dollars, and I'm not going to sell it.
So as part of the Lucas games, we were also part of ILM for a while. This is the Cocoon team shirt. At the bottom it says, "If this is foreplay, I'm a dead man." And the back is kind of funny because it says underwear, I'm sorry, I'm blocking the mic. It says underwear eradication crew. And what the heck is that? Well, it turns out when they filmed Cocoon, they filmed Tawny Welch in the swimming pool, and she wore what was supposed to be a skin-colored bathing suit, but it showed up. And so the ILM team had to go through by hand and remove Tawny Welch's bathing suit. So that's the underwear eradication crew. This is a rare one. This is the actual first forming of LucasArts.
Wow.
And this is what's fascinating about it. I'll see if I can pull it in close and are you able to read that at all?
I see games, editing systems, industrial light and magic, Skywalker sound, THX, learning. So basically all of the Lucas divisions, basically.
Basically, when LucasArts was formed, they basically brought all the divisions together. So the original concept for LucasArts wasn't strictly games. It was a complete reorganization of the company called LucasArts. That's where the little gold guy came from, is they'd hired an outside company to design the gold guy that, for our logo. And then 6 months later, I think they said, this isn't working. Let's go back to divisions. And we got the gold guy went our way and the name stayed with us. But all those companies, at one point we were all them. All right. Sam and Max. Zach McCracken.
And these are in mint condition. How did you keep them in mint condition all these years?
You wear things for a while or not. Here's Battlehawks. That's one of our first.
They look like they have never been worn.
I keep them in a plastic bin with a lid sealed on it. So some of them have never been worn. Oh.
Maybe you get some special retro detergent. Day of the Tentacle.
Day of Tentacle hat. Okay, this
These
is
are all
stuff
of the things that I saw in the adventure catalog.
This is actually when I left the company. They did a T-shirt, and you can see everybody signed it.
And it has the concept art for Star Wars, right?
Exactly. So that was the original Luke Skywalker concept on that. Let's see. Not that. Not that. All right, this one looks a little bit more worn. Just LucasArts. Oh, here are a couple ones. Okay, this is later. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not speaking well. This is Full Throttle. Now, a couple games T-shirts, so just Lucasfilm games. There's one I was looking for, but I don't see it here. I'll have to find it. And we made a special T-shirt for SCUMM. And yeah, so it was just for SCUMM, and it had Calvin from Calvin and Hobbes in a flying saucer. And he's saying something like, Spaceman Ziff, our take that, you awful scum beings from planet Zor. For it had somebody saying, but but SCUMM was written SCUMM, and it was it was just neat. It was something to sort of give to all the graduates of the SCUMM class, and to really bring them together and bond them together in that work. Oh, I showed you this before. So this is, if you look carefully, you'll see
Jedi.
it's Revenge, not Return. So back, and these don't normally sit up on my mantle. So I guess at one point, it, they determined that I guess Jedi shouldn't have revenge, and so the name was changed.
But they brought it back for the Sith.
Now I'm going to point to this item here, and I'm going to show you a photo. One of the fun things at working for the Lucas companies was the parties. And so George and the ranch had the 4th of July party, so we'd go there. And we had the Christmas party, which was sponsored by all the companies. And so that was a variety of places. So one year, Huey Lewis and the News was our dance band. And one year it was ice skating. ILM would have the Halloween party. And I was looking for a stack of photos because I can't find, they're around the house somewhere. And we'd go every year, and everybody would make costumes. And the first rule of the Halloween party is you don't go as Star Wars characters. It was an unwritten rule, but it was just sort of like, well, other people can do that, but we just, we wouldn't do it ourselves.
It's like wearing a t-shirt to work with the company logo. Just don't do that.
It was just kind of like people that are there, they're model makers and things like that. Well, the funny story was there were prizes, and it was usually based on applause and things like that. But the prizes started to get really, really crazy because we worked with Sun Microsystems. And so one year Sun donated an entire Sun workstation, which is worth $10,000 or $1,000, something ridiculous. And we worked with THX that did TVs and stereos with THX and things like that. So one year it was like a $3,000, $4,000 home entertainment system. And what else? What other kind of, it just started escalating. Oh, we did a lot of travel. And so the travel company we worked with would donate like a trip anywhere around the world. It's like, we're making these silly costumes, and suddenly it got real. So Vince Lee sort of started this trend. He showed up as he had built the load lifter, or whatever it is that Ripley uses to fight the Queen Alien at the end of the movie Aliens. He was about 2 feet off the ground, rotating lights, sound effects. So every time he walked, it would make the sound. He had the pincher claws on it. He didn't fit in the door where we had the party. So the regular door, so they had to open up the shipping door so Vince could come in. So the first thing is, wait, why is somebody opening the shipping door? And it's like right out of the movies, Vince comes walking in with this costume. So Vince ends up winning the costume event, and he gets the home entertainment system. Then it just starts going nuts. And we had a team that built a scale model of the Titanic that they had CD music playing the music from Titanic, and another person is the iceberg, and they'd bump into the iceberg, and the Titanic would split in half and sink. We had people building things that were like 15, 20 feet tall. The doll machine from one of the Pixar movies, and the little green three-eyed aliens.
From Toy Story,
Yeah, and then they drew the line. Somebody built something that had a propane tank and shot flames out of the roof. And it's like, nope, you're not coming inside. Some of my coworkers in 2000 showed up as the Y2K bug. So they built a VW bug that they were inside. So they were driving this VW bug. And the next day, they're telling me this story. It's like, weirdest thing happened last night, because we built that costume and they tied it to the top of their car and they took all the back roads. Well, going home, they took a wrong turn and ended up on the freeway. So now they're driving on the freeway in a car with another car on top of it, and that car breaks off the roof and ends up in the lane. Another car is coming down the freeway, comes to a stop, another car rear end, it's like, CHP, the police are there, lights. They're trying to say it's like, oh, it's our fault, we did this, and the police are they just want to clear the road. So they're just saying, go over there and we'll talk to you later. And 20 minutes later, the cars are all gone, the police are all gone, and they're sitting on the sidewalk and nobody's there, so they go home. Well, about a week later, another coworker says, I just saw this really weird news story where the police are looking for these people that had a Halloween costume shaped like a car and it started an accident. And it's just too weird. But I remember you made this thing. So they were fine, and part of their insurance covered and nobody was hurt. But when episode 1 was coming out, there was a rule, which is you did not go dressed as episode 1 characters. So they did not want somebody doing that. But somebody did show up. It was pretty funny. We had this old guy who would walk around. We all knew him, and he had 3 dogs, and he had this big bushy white beard. And I remember somebody showed up at the Halloween party dressed as this guy with 3 little stuffed dogs on a leash. And I remember the guy with the 3 dogs came walking by our party with his 3 dogs on the leash. So anyway, when episode 1 came out, it was no episode 1 in Halloween costumes, but we're going to do a special category this year for classic Star Wars. So we're going to give an award for the best classic Star Wars costume. It's going to be, if you win, you get to be in episode 1. It's like, hey, that's pretty cool. I'm out of town as an extra in episode 1. So I'm out of town, and a bunch of other stuff like an R2-D2 telephone and a lightsaber. I'm out of town that week, but I end up building, like 2 days, I build Han Solo frozen in carbonite. But instead, it's me inside this thing, and I went to a video shop and got all their old broken VCRs. So I've got all these control panels on the side, and I've got a little handheld computer that I do a heartbeat animating with backlit and stuff like that. So I end up winning a walk-on on episode 1. So if you look in the battle scene in Naboo, I'm like dragging a body around or something like that. And we did these shots that I don't think got used, which was, I was a Naboo guard. We had a stand-in for the Queen Amidala. And we're like, when we were running through, I think they were going to make the run through the palace much more extensive. So we were we were in a bunch of shots that I don't think ever made it in. But yeah, that was kind of fun. And the funny story about this lightsaber is it had never shipped. This is actually the artist's prototype. So it was the manufacturer designed it as a proof of concept of this is what the lightsabers will be like that we're going to make and sell. But instead of having a serial number, it's like AP followed by a couple digits because it was the artist's prototype of what that lightsaber would be. So I've been told I told a friend of mine about that, and he's like, oh my gosh. But it's like, no, it's just something on my desk. Thank you.
And that's so awesome. I hope you insured everything, all of the LucasArts merchandise you have over there, because it's
I will find a
priceless
museum at some point, and I figure it survived here for 20 plus years. But eventually, like what Indy said, is this belongs in a museum. And
yeah, exactly.
And the documents belong in a museum. The code belongs up on GitHub where other people can get to it. I'm not looking forward to it because some of that code was written when I was just learning, and they're going to look at it and go, oh, this is so ugly. But I can assure you, by the time we got to SCUMM 8.0, that code looked really good.
Well, I'm sure that if you look at the source code for Windows 3.11 or Windows 95, you'll have the same issues. Even the Windows 11.
So I worked when I worked on making the T-Mobile Sidekick, we were bought by Microsoft. I retired for 2 years after that. Well, I worked for Microsoft for 2 years, and then I retired for 2 years off of Microsoft acquiring the company I worked for. And I remember one night, they wanted us to build them another phone. And I sat with an engineer because we were supposed to be building it off of Microsoft's code base for Windows CE or something like that. And this other engineer was going, I want to show you this stuff. And it's pretty late at night. And he's going, look at this. And he was bringing up like pictures of Homer Simpson eating a donut and a picture of the USS Enterprise and a picture of other stuff. He's going, this is in the code base for Windows CE. Somebody checked in a picture of Homer Simpson into the code base and nobody's ever taken it out. And I'm looking at that going, copyright violation, bad programming, bloated code base with stuff in it that doesn't belong. But, bad stuff happens. We always had a rule, which was you don't write anything, you don't leave a comment, because we had one situation where somebody left a string in a piece of code that was never even used and left it as a joke. And somebody, a consumer found it. And, it's just like, you just don't need it. We needed a level of professionalism to, because people really wanted to, in some ways, they wanted to emulate us. And the way they wanted to emulate us first was to look at and take apart what we built, sort of like SCUMM VM. It's like, well, I'd love to have written this. Let's take it apart and figure out how they did this. And so we wanted to make sure that that when they took it apart, there weren't any surprises.
Well, at least Fox didn't sue Microsoft.
Well, maybe Fox will see this and then they'll send a cease and desist letter over.
Yeah, to Microsoft. Well, thank you so much, Aric, for taking the time to join me in this conversation. It's been real great chatting with you today.
Well, I am going to apologize because, when they filmed Heaven's Gate, they filmed like 1 million feet of film, and a typical film is like 100,000 feet or something like that. So I'm sort of feeling like I'm leaving you with, well, at least right now, almost 4 hours worth of stuff to figure out how you're going to edit that down. But
well, I'm not going to edit it down because, for example, I had a 4-hour conversation with Bill Tiller, and it ended up being a 4-hour conversation on YouTube. So this one's going to be 4.5-hour conversation on YouTube.
There we go. All right. It's really been a pleasure.
Thank you again, Aric.
All right. You take care. Have a great evening.